The Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich,
Excused.
Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Zamora Wilson. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Kirkmeyer, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's do this. Everyone, please stand for the pledge. Let's do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Friday, April 24th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. For some weird reason, the ayes still have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 116, 135, 160, 163, and 169. Senate Joint Resolution 24, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 149. Correctly revised, House Bill 1008, 1009, 1053, 1088, 1288, and 1320. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1304. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 136.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Happy Monday, everybody. As the days whittle down, and we rarely have opportunities like this, I want everybody to sit here and recognize that we have an opportunity to proceed out of order for a rare moment of personal privilege. So, Madam President, I make that motion to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
You have heard that motion. All those in favor of a rare moment of personal privilege out of order, please say aye.
Aye!
All opposed say no. And the ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a tribute we'd like to make this morning to some very special folks. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 75th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Denver Summit FC. The Colorado Senate proudly recognizes the Denver Summit FC, Colorado's first major professional women's sports team, for their inaugural season and celebrate Denver Summit FC Day, proclaimed on April 27th, 2026 in Colorado. Denver Summit FC was officially awarded an expansion bid by the National Women's Soccer League on January 30th, 2025. The league's 16th team began play at the start of the 2026 season. Denver Summit FC's first home match took place on March 28th, marking a new attendance record for any single NWSL National Women's Soccer League match, with 63,004 fans at Empower Field at Mile High Stadium. The Denver Summit FC await their permanent home at the Santa Fe Yards, dedicated to excellence in women's sports, which is expected to open in the spring of 2028. The Denver Summit FC earned its name and was created by the community for the community. The name Denver Summit FC speaks to our aspirational goals of the club and pioneering spirit to build the best soccer club in the world. Colorado wishes Denver Summit FC and women's professional sports continued success. On the request of Senator James Coleman, given this 27th day of April 26 at the state capitol in Denver, Colorado, signed by James Rashad Coleman Sr., President of the Senate.
Senator Catlin, would you like to retroactively request a moment of personal privilege?
Do it. I will, but you'd already called my name, so I'm ready.
Yes. Senator Catlin,
Request a moment of personal privilege.
granted retroactively.
Thank you.
Mr. President Coleman,
Thank you, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
granted.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, Denver's a sports-savvy city and has one of the strongest youth soccer ecosystems in the country. Denver Summit FC came out of the gate with real momentum, and there's so much room to grow. In the next 2 years, we will see the opening of the Common Spirit Performance Center, Centennial Stadium, and then a permanent stadium at Santa Fe Yards for the 2028 season and beyond. Summit FC was deliberate about building this brand with the community. And the club was born from a grassroots movement of Denver supporters who believed women's soccer belongs at the highest level in this city. And I would also say, shout out to my main man, Rob Cohen, because he predicted this. He's a prophet. And next up, we'll have a WNBA team here in Colorado. Those dreams continue to become reality every day, and that movement hasn't gone away. It's been named. The 14ers are the official supporter group of Denver Summit FC, and I even saw the player of the match plaque that they gave out was made from repurposed beetle kill wood. And we all love that.
Senator Catlin.
Ask for a moment
Yeah,
of privilege?
I'm afraid, we have to keep doing that over and over. I'm sorry about that, but granted.
It's okay. Ultimately, Denver Summit FC is not just a team. The club is contributing to a broader soccer and sports culture in this state. Colorado is a true soccer state with over 63,000 organized youth players, 2,000 adult players, and over 3,000 refs, according to the Colorado Soccer Association. There is real energy in the state of Colorado for soccer. Moments like the Summit's inaugural home opener with the record-breaking attendance of any domestic soccer game in history. And on the men's side, the second largest single game attendance record in Major League Soccer at the Colorado Rapids versus Inter Miami on April 18th. Colorado isn't just engaged, Colorado is invested and showing up. Colorado kicks above its weight with 21 active National Women's Soccer League players hailing from the Centennial State, one of the highest totals of any state in the nation. 4 Colorado natives are currently on Summit's roster, and they're here with us this morning. Janine Sonis of Highlands Ranch, Allie Brazier of Colorado Springs, Jordan Nidus of Aurora, and Meg Boat of Lone Tree. Additionally, another Colorado native will join the club in July. U.S. Women's National Team Captain Lindsay Heaps, a FIFA Women's Club champion, an Olympic gold medalist. Lindsay is from Golden, Colorado, and I know on behalf of all of us at the state capitol, we are proud of each of you and your pursuit of excellence. Thank you for being here. Please welcome our guests.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say thanks for all the representatives of the team being here today, and mostly also extend a warm welcome to the 4 players here. Yes, Colorado is an amazing state that embraces our professional athletes and our teams, but I am coming from a little different perspective. I have a 4-year-old son, and I have an 8-year-old daughter. And so for my daughter to see leaders like these women standing here, right here, just badass players and really great role models is important for our young girls, because I never had that when I was an athlete when I was a little girl. We are so grateful for you for being here. It's going to be so much fun to cheer you on. And I will also add, for my 4-year-old son, to see women like this kicking butt in sports and being good members of our community, it is a really important thing, and we're truly grateful for you, and we know you're going to do so well. Thanks for signing my flag, and we will be cheering you on. Thank you again.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to shout out the women who are making history, breaking barriers, doing what other people said would be impossible until it was done. You all bring us so much pride, so much joy. We cannot wait to see all that you are doing, all that you will continue to do as you continue to make history. Thank you, thank you, thank you for continuing to show us that women belong and are leading in every single place where power is demonstrated, whether that's on the field, whether that's here in the halls of power, whether that's out in community. Thank you for doing all that you do. Congratulations. Welcome to the Senate.
Very good. Further moments of personal privilege. Welcome to the Senate, y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Almost caught me. Thank you, Mr. President. We have some special guests today in the back here from the city of North Glen. Basically, the entire city council is here this morning. So I just want to extend them a warm welcome to the state Senate. You guys can stand up and welcome the city of North Glen.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Seeing no further moments of personal privilege, Majority Leader Rodriguez. What are we doing? What did you just say? Grant leave JPC.
Oh. Thank you, colleagues. Pursuant to Senate Rule 21C, I move that the Senate grant leave to the Joint Budget Committee to meet in conference committees on working on the budget.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get up out of here. We love y'all. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues. Before we get into it, we'll be proceeding out of order to take up second readings. Senate Bill 160 will be removed from third reading consent calendar and placed before Senate Bill 135 on the third reading of bills, FYI. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for general orders, second reading of bills consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the special order second reading of bills lay over to follow general order second reading of bills.
The motion is lay over special order second reading of bills to follow general order second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I was trying to say it quick. The ayes have it, and special order second reading of bills will lay over to follow general order second reading of bills. Now, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for general order second reading of bills consent calendar.
The motion is to proceed out of order for general order second reading of bills consent calendar. You've heard that motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. General orders, second reading of bills consent calendar, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself Committee of the Whole for consideration of general second reading of bills consent calendar. Senator Wallace will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the quote rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill on general order second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1318 by Representatives Wynn and Froelich and Senator Cutter concerning traffic safety near schools.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the passage of the bill on second reading of bills consent calendar, and which is House Bill 1318 and the Transportation and Energy Report.
Is there any discussion of the committee report? The motion before the body is the adoption of the committee report on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Is there any discussion on the bill on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of the bill on the general order, second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 27, 2026, Mr. President, in Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1318, as amended, passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excuse, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1318 is amended, passed second reading, or revised, placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up general order, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. It is to proceed out of order for general second reading bills. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. We'll proceed out of order. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills. And Senator Wallace will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 134 to the bottom of the second reading of bills calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 134 until the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 68 until Friday, May the 1st.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 68 until Friday, May 1st. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 131.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 131. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 131?
Senate Bill 131 by Senators Ball and Pelton B. and Representatives Woodrow and Wood concerning protections against abusive practices in sports betting.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 131 in the Finance Committee report
To the,
and the Appropriations Committee report.
is there any discussion of the Finance Committee report?
So the Finance Committee report, we ran an amendment to fix the water language that we were asked to run for by the Colorado River District. So that's what that does. It just fixes the language from a floor becoming a ceiling or a ceiling becoming a floor or whatever. So we just made sure to take that language out.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we removed the provision in the bill that would have banned proposition bets. Those are the bets that are not on the outcome of a game, but on an individual athlete's performance. That was removed from the bill in Appropriations. That also reduced the fiscal impact of the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank all the people who've worked so hard on this bill because it's a broad coalition that's been behind us, and I want to thank my co-prime sponsor as well. Colleagues, when Colorado legalized online sports betting back in 2019, what we legalized is a lot different from what we have now. The first bet that was placed on an online sports betting platform, I believe, was Alec Garnett, who placed a bet on the Broncos to win. And that's what sports betting had looked like for a very long time, but that's not what the apps that do online sports betting look like now. They have really evolved into a casino in your pocket, and most people can handle that well. They can create a budget for themselves, they can handle that responsibly, but some people can't. And for the folks who can't, the impact of a gambling addiction can be really, really remarkable and very negative. Gambling addiction is different from a lot of other addictions because it's very easy to hide. And so what happens is people hide an addiction while they become more in debt and more in debt and more in debt. And by the time they have to come forward and admit they have a problem, it's frequently too late. And for that reason, gambling addiction has a very, very high correlation with suicide. 1 in 5 people with a gambling addiction actually attempt suicide. Half of individuals with a gambling addiction at least consider it. And I think we need to grapple with that. We need to grapple with the impacts of that on public health as a society. Like we do with cannabis, like we do with alcohol, like we do with cigarettes, it's a balance because we don't want to impact people who don't have a problem and are betting on sports legitimately and can manage themselves. But we do need to do something to protect people who are vulnerable, and that includes kids. 40 to 60% of high school kids report placing a bet on sports in the last year, even though it's illegal for anybody under 21. So this bill is a really important step towards that goal of trying to get our hands around this emerging problem. Everybody's seen it. The average sports fan now sees a mention of a sports book once every 13 seconds while you're watching a game. And we're really proud of what's in the bill. And we have a couple of amendments to bring here today that put this bill in a good place. So on that note,
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment number 9?
Amendment L9, amend printed bill, page 7, line 16, strike requirements and prohibitions and substitute prohibitions.
Senator Ball.
thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L009 is the product of work that we've done with the broadcasters to change the advertising provision in the bill. This originally introduced, this would have banned advertisements while kids are watching essentially during the day. This pares that back. It restricts sports bettors from targeting kids with advertisements or advertising to audiences where the majority are children, and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L9. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 14?
Amendment L14, amend printed bill, page 6, strike lines 4 and substitute 5A, introductory portion,
Senator
5C.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L14.
To the amendment, Senator?
No, okay. Yeah.
To L14, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L14 comes at the request.
Move the amendment first.
I just did.
Okay.
L14 comes at the request of, I believe we already moved it. I'll move it again. I move L14.
To the amendment, Senator Ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we moved L14 twice, but not L09, so we'll go back and move L009 after this. L14 came to us from the professional sports leagues who wanted to change some of the language around how they can make reports to the Division of Gaming about activity on sports betting platforms. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L14. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and the amendment is adopted. To return to amendment L9. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the Will the clerk please read Amendment L9?
Amendment L9, amend printed bill, page 7, line 16.
Senator
strike.
Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009 to Senate Bill 131.
Further discussion? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have some questions here about 9. It appears as though this is speaking about the advertising about during the games or during hours in which children will be watching the games. I don't know if anybody actually watches these games, but particularly during hockey games, they advertise on the boards of the hockey games. There's 2 different channels on that. There's what's actually in the stadium that the people can look at, the people that are in person watching it, and then there's what the networks put on there, and that constantly changes. I'm unclear how this is going to be able to change that, because they advertise during the game while it is on, and it's that company Kashi, Kashi, that gives you the ability to create your own bets. There's something called Polymarket that allows you to bet on those. Those are printed by the networks, but it's not actually on the board. So I'm unclear how this type of legislation is going to impact the games that are being played not only at Ball Arena while the Avalanche is on their way to their 4th Stanley Cup this upcoming year, but in some of the other stadiums that the games are being played at.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the good senator from Centennial for those questions. And I agree with you about the Avalanche this year. So this language here is elevating language that was recently promulgated in regulations. And the short answer is this threshold of 50% won't be met for live sports. So the impact of this won't impact those advertisements at the games, those advertisements for televised sports events, but rather advertisement during other programming that might have a majority of audience as children.
Further discussion? Okay, to clarify, we have already discussed Amendment L9. We are just going back to ensure that we have moved it, which we have now done. So now we will vote on the adoption of L9. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 15?
Amendment L15, amend printed bill, page 5, line 17, strike message and substitute
Senator
message
Ball.
include.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L15.
To the amendment, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L15 makes some small wording changes that came at the request of the industry to clarify what a 24-hour time period means and to clean up some of the language around push notifications. It also changes the threshold for the deposit limit from 5 to 6, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we could talk about it now. I was going to talk about it in the context of the bill. There's already online, you have the ability to shut off your ability to gamble during a particular point in the day. You can shut your entire app off for several days. You also have the ability to make sure that you don't make any more deposits on that day. The people who are using these apps already have this ability to do. I think something like this is redundant for what is actually on the apps and that the people are doing. And again, I mean, I just question what the reasoning is for something like this, and that I believe that this is already being used. And so I would be a no on this.
Further discussion? Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again to the good senator from Centennial for those questions. The key difference is really important, which is that those are optional tools. And this is something that is not optional. And we know that when you rely solely on the willpower of someone who has an addiction, whether it's an addiction to drugs and alcohol or an addiction to gambling. Frequently, that's not enough. So 6 is a very high number of deposits. There's no limit on the amount you can deposit or the amount you can bet, but this will have an important impact on people who are chasing losses, making frequent deposits because they don't have the ability to control themselves.
Further discussion? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if anybody's actually been with a group of people while we are watching sporting events and placing our bets. There is nobody that believes that they have to put $100 into an account to turn that into the next big. They believe they can do it with $10. Okay? I mean, and we hear those stories. Someone will tell you, I started the day with 10 and I've got $2,000 as I'm walking out of away from the sports book. That's what they do. Plus, you're sitting there with a bunch of pals or family members, and all of a sudden somebody else gets a hot tip, or you see that the rain is really coming down, or the snow is falling consistently during an AFC championship game. And it is so easy to continue to hammer that under on that game as every time there's a timeout, and you had the ability to do that. And you just keep adding more money to your account. And this in relationship to problem gamblers, they've already got the other spaces to go. They already have multiple locations in which they're placing their bets. This is the same thing with alcoholics. You pull all of the liquor out of the liquor cabinet, and they've got a bottle stashed in 4 other places in the house. That's how it works. But that's not who this is impacting. This is impacting the guys and the women who are sitting there trying to have a good time legally by legislation that they passed, that they voted for several years ago, and have the ability to go either to these places in person or to do it online with their pals in the comfort of their own home.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L15. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 16?
Amendment L16, amend printed bill, page 4, line.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L16.
To the amendment, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The practice in the industry is that if you win consistently, which is about 1% of bettors, either you get kicked off platforms or the amount that you can bet gets limited. That's not the case if you lose. You can lose as much money as possible, and you'll likely never get kicked off. Originally introduced, this had a provision that would have restricted the industry's ability to kick off individuals because they win. However, we are removing that provision with Amendment L16 after discussions with the industry and an agreement that was made over the weekend. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is no different than Vegas or any casino that gets to say if you're card counting, you don't get to game the system. So that's why we're taking this out. If you're gaming the system online, then you are allowed to kick off the winners when they're gaming the system. So that's exactly what we're trying to do here, trying to match it up with what all the casinos get to do now. So it's the same thing.
Further discussion, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm just now getting to see these amendments, so I just want to kind of go through this one. So this one is amend printed bill, page 4, strike line 21, and substitute A7. So, okay, the next one is page 4, strike lines 26 and 27. So we're getting rid of the definition of gambling disorder. Page 6 is getting rid of suspicious betting activity and unusual betting activity, which I know was being used to trigger some other things in the bill. And then it looks like we are striking lines 8 through 14 on page 6. I don't know what that does. And then the part that I'm happy about is page 6, striking lines 23 through 7, and page 7, striking lines 1 through 5. I want to share what we heard this bill in the Finance Committee, and we had a couple of witnesses come, and it took me a minute to place them, and then I realized they are professional gamblers. And this section of the bill would have helped them. And I wanted to share with you guys, I'd always heard that they were called, I always thought they were sharks, like no, but they're sharps. It's actually called sharps. And so what this language, among other things, what this amendment does, which I 100% support, is it takes away what would have protected and helped the professional gamblers. So I do appreciate that. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the good senator from Loveland. Just to clarify in the other language that was eliminated, that was language, definitional terms that were only used in that section that restricted the apps from kicking people off for successful betting activity. So that's the reason why those definitions were removed.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L16. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To further discussion, Senator Sullivan.
So we are, thank you, Madam Chair. So we are to the bill. So I just wanted to start it out here that said the over-under on legislation that impacts sports betting in Colorado is 2.5. Okay? Here we are once again looking into the sports betting community, business, industry that Colorado voters approved several years ago. Each year since then, we have come, I mean, I can go into the death by 1,000 cuts comments that I've heard, but we do this each and every year. We're looking to figure out some way to change the impact that sports betting has. Although we are hopeful that the sports betting profits are being used for our water and continuing to move that forward and making sure. So all of the changes that we're trying to make here, should we be successful in reducing sports betting, I don't know where the money is going to come from that's going to be impacting our water here. But again, this, and I heard the opening comments there that this maybe isn't what the people voted on. And I certainly can tell you, and I've talked to several people, when Las Vegas was first built, those casinos were bungalows. Okay, they were just one level, small, ranch-style types of casinos. And then in the early 60s, there was a guy in Reno who was taking sports bets and decided and came up with the idea of this, well, hey, if you're so smart that you can pick one winner on a Sunday afternoon, I'll give you more money if you can pick two. And thus, the parlay started. And once the parlay started, you know what happened to those casinos? They started putting in towers. They started putting in pools outside. They started making bigger ballrooms because Those are sucker bets. But occasionally they do come in, and that's what people like. Now we have moved to the point where the leagues are doing nothing but promoting their players. They're promoting the individuals. Again, if you have been to one of the Colorado sports books on a Sunday morning, getting your bets all in, those people that are there, they couldn't care less about who's going to win the game or lose the game. What they care about is how many yards they're going to throw, how many yards they're going to run for, who's going to score the first touchdown, who's going to score the last touchdown. And they sit there and they bet all of those because that's what they know is the player. We had the women here from the soccer league. And the president talked about us maybe getting a WNBA team. Yeah, they're just waiting to figure out how they can get people to be able to bet on Caitlin Clark. Because she's the one that they all know. They got no idea that she plays for the Indiana Fever and how her team is doing, but they like her and they want to bet on her. And this type of legislation that we're moving forward is the stuff that's going to do away with that ability, the enjoyment that these people, the way that they're selling these sports to us. It's all about selling jerseys with names on the back. That's what it's all about, and that's what the people know, and that's who their favorite player is, and that's how they want to move forward. And they just want to have some fun with it, and enjoy what is happening with their favorite players, and occasionally their favorite teams. We're clearly not doing enough for problem gamblers. They are finding their ways. You do away with this. They're already online with somebody else. They're already, I think we've got another bill we're going to be bringing forward and talk about that here in a little bit or later today. There's illegal games going on, and for the life of me, I've never understood why someone would go in there and put your confidence that, Vinny in the back is the one who's going to have the money to pay you off, whereas you go into the casino and it's, MGM Grand, and they're listed on the stock exchange. You know where your money's coming from when you bet with those guys. Not that you have any better chance of winning, but at least you know where you can find them should you need to collect on a bet. So I'm glad they made the changes that they did. All the sports bettors that I have seen on Sunday mornings and Saturday afternoons and that, they really enjoy the props. That's the move that we've been taking. That's what the people, I think, of this state voted for. And so now with the changes, I think I'm okay with this, but please be aware, there's a casino that they are advertising that's in Nebraska. That's a casino that has horse racing. It's right there. There's one in Wyoming. And right now, from my house, it's about an hour and 20 minutes to get up to Blackhawk. So it's another 40 minutes in the car to get across the border to go somewhere where I can continue to do this gambling. And as a matter of fact, I have an $86 one-way ticket to Las Vegas that all of this stuff is available to me, so I don't even have to spend any of my money here in the state as long as they continue to make these kind of moves. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, colleagues. Heard this bill in finance many weeks ago. Actually applaud the sponsors. I just looked. It was introduced the end of February, so here we are 2 months later and finally getting the second readings on the bill. And the amount of work and effort that the sponsors put in and the lobby put into this space is pretty remarkable. I remember having conversations with the sponsor about this bill maybe in December, about the concept, and I struggled with the concept from the beginning. I'm still in an opposed position today, but recognize the work and where they've got to really get, to a spot that I suspect a majority of folks are going to be comfortable with. And I approached it from a number of perspectives. I think about, particularly in the introduced bill, the impacts that the reduction in revenue was going to have on the state water plan and the water plan grants. And, it was pretty challenging to think about in what is shaping up to be one of the driest winters and lowest runoffs in recorded history, to think about cutting funding to the state water plan. And I haven't kept up with it. I know the amendments offered and the changes to the bill are fundamentally changing what that fiscal impact is going to be down to a much smaller piece. And really talk about, you're really kind of gambling on the growth of the industry outpacing the reductions that the introduced bill is going to have in revenue. So it still is an impact, and I think it now still references almost a hold harmless that whatever funding the water plan received the year before will at least be guaranteed that it stays the same, which potentially means, I don't know where you get the funding. I think you end up having to get it from the general fund. That's the worst case scenario where growth doesn't keep up with the funding level. Look, I struggled in this space, these kind of bills and funding. The voters approved them. Twice they've been through the ballot. I sponsored the last one to lift the cap on how much revenue the state could receive from this. And these kind of funding sources are challenging, and trying to strike a balance and understand the impacts it can have on some vulnerable populations. So really is, again, one of these instances where you got to work through the pros and cons and try to figure out the unintended consequences and make your choice. Today I'm still opposed to the bill, again, but so appreciative of the lengthy effort that the sponsors and the advocates went through to get to a spot where we are today and finally have it on second reading on the floor. So I appreciate it, Madam Chair, and I'm a no vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 131. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 166.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 166. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 166?
Senate Bill 166 by Senators Benavidez and Kipp and Representative Goldstein concerning school board member disqualifying convictions.
To the bill, Senator Benavidez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 12166 and the Education Committee report.
To the committee report.
In committee, we passed an amendment that added a small change that if anyone was convicted of the additional crimes identified in the bill, if they had fully completed their sentence and 10 years had passed, then they were eligible to run for school board.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Benavidez.
Members, this bill is a very 4-page bill. All it does is that currently, if people want to run for school board in your area or anywhere throughout the state, if they have a conviction for a sexual crime against a child, they cannot run for school board. So we've added to that the drug offenses, not possession, but other drug offenses, and, have to do with selling and distribution, those kinds of things. And then we've also added crimes of violence. Because if someone murdered somebody along the way, or had a violent encounter with them, that maybe they should not be running for school board. So we added the amendment I've already discussed to the bill that gives them time to rehabilitate. And with that, it just changes the qualifications on who can run. So I'd urge a yes vote on the bill.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. As a former school board member, I was on my local school board for 7 years. The whole point is just to try and make sure we keep our kids in our schools as safe as possible by making sure that people who have manufactured and distributed drugs or have committed crimes of violence are not eligible to run. So we urge your support.
Further discussion? Seeing that none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 166. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 142.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 142. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 142?
Senate Bill 142 by Senator Ball and Representative Josephine Gonzalez concerning the development of thermal energy resources.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 142 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
To the committee report, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee on this bill, we made a change in one large multi-page amendment, L003, that does several things, but most notably, it removed a section of the bill that had previously allowed municipalities to create thermal energy networks without a vote. So that was taken out. And we also took out a portion of the bill that pertained to getting thermal heat from industrial processes and then selling that heat. So those two portions of the bill were removed. We made minor changes to the rest of the bill and asked for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this bill is about geothermal energy and thermal heat. And really the point of this bill is to try to push this industry to take a big step forward in our state. We are very well equipped as a state from a natural resource perspective for geothermal energy. We're probably number 4 or 5 in the nation just on pure potential. And it's an industry that is making great strides with a lot of new and exciting things happening. And there's a lot that it has to offer and a lot that Colorado can take advantage of. The labor force uses many of the same techniques as oil and gas, because ultimately, you're talking about holes in the ground. So we have a labor force here that has a lot of the skills that can transfer to this industry. Of course, it is consistent, firm, clean energy and clean heat, which is extremely important to hitting our emissions goals and finding a way to complement some of the clean intermittent sources of energy we have. So very good bill that is the product of a lot of great stakeholder work and hard policy work. And I want to thank everybody who's been involved and my co-prime sponsor for joining me.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, and I really appreciate my co-prime sponsor for probably doing most of the work on the bill, but I do want to say that I have been involved in this geothermal space around a number of bills over a number of years, and this is the next step in making geothermal a more relevant and highly used form of energy. As my co-prime indicated, it is a form of clean, firm energy that as we work to meet our climate goals in Colorado, that, it is a consistent form of energy that doesn't need to have like battery backup or something. So we think it's a really good place for us to be going. There's a lot of support for it. And frankly, Colorado is ripe ground for promoting geothermal energy. And so this is like, I would think, a really easy vote to vote yes for, so I hope you all do.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 142. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 134.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 134. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 134?
Senate Bill 134 by Senators Lindstedt and Judah and Representatives Duran and McCluskey concerning the imposition of fees by payment card networks.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 134.
To the bill, Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 134 addresses a simple question of fairness. Should businesses be charged credit card swipe fees on tax dollars that are never theirs to begin with? Should enormous out-of-state financial institutions profit off of those dollars? When a merchant collects sales tax, they must act as the state's tax collector. Yet under the current system, card networks and issuing banks take a percentage-based fee on that tax amount as if it was a part of the merchant's revenue. This legislation simply says that sales tax dollars should not be subject to those fees because those businesses and ultimately the consumers never benefit from that money. It's money that belongs to the state, and these banks and credit card networks are skimming profits on those sacred Tabor-approved taxpayer-funded sales taxes. To understand the scale of this issue, consider this. In 2024 alone, Colorado businesses paid more than $217 million in swipe fees just on sales tax. Money that never belonged to those businesses in the first place, and that these businesses are forced to collect and hold the liability for on behalf of the government. People are profiteering off of the sacred duty that our businesses have to collect taxpayer dollars and give them and remit them to the government. It's not fair. It's one of the largest operating costs that small businesses have in today's economy. Credit cards are no longer an optional way to accept payments. Everybody uses them. And here in Colorado, that means $218 million a year are flowing out of the state to large financial institutions at the detriment of our small businesses and our retailers. This bill takes a pretty targeted approach to solving that problem. Last year, I ran a much wider bill on this topic. This bill is just eliminating the sales tax portion from transactions on interchange fees ahead of what is a really difficult environment right now for small business, restaurants, retailers, others who are just trying to get by. Some of these financial institutions have 56% profit margins last year, and we're just asking them not to make money on a business's obligation to collect sales tax revenue. I think it's a pretty simple policy. The other piece of the bill is it will exempt our small institutions from the applicability. So any institution with under $60 billion in assets will not have to follow this regulation. And to give you some context as to what that means, 80% of cards are covered by this bill at a $60 billion threshold. So we're really talking about the largest financial institutions in the world taking money off of Colorado's small businesses. It's a shameful practice in my view. We need to end it. Senate Bill 134 will do just that. And I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Senator Jodeh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to clarify a few misconceptions about this bill, which I think have been fair and actually good questions. The first is that it's too complicated and the system cannot separate sales tax from the transactions. So to be clear, 134 only prohibits the collection of this interchange fee as my co-prime had explained. So it's the interchange fee on the tax portion of the transaction. Sales tax data can already be transmitted through existing credit card systems using what they call Type 2 data. In fact, one of the largest payment processors in the country actively encourages merchants to transmit type 2 data because it improves fraud protection and reduces processing costs. Card networks themselves already package and sell the same data back to merchants as a value-added service. This argument is raised every time a change is proposed to the payment system. Each time banks and credit card companies find a way to comply, they can comply with 134 as well. So on that note, which again I think is a very valid question, is the logistics and implementation of this bill. So calculating interchange fees at the point of sale is only one compliance option under 134. If a merchant system cannot separate tax data at checkout, the law allows other compliance methods, including networks, eliminating percentage-based fees on taxes, or merchants requesting refunds for taxes including in fees. So otherwise, SB 34 does not require the purchase of any new hardware or systems. I also want to clarify that a recent federal rule does not prohibit states from passing laws like this. The Office of the Comptroller of Currency, or OCC, a federal agency historically friendly to banks and credit card companies, recently issued a final rule reviving the same federal preemption arguments used in the Illinois lawsuit. However, in that case, the federal judge ruled that the National Banking Act does not preempt states from regulating credit card networks. Additionally, the OCC rule creates uncertainty rather than clarity. While it claims national banks may not need to comply with the Illinois law, it does not address whether card networks or other payment systems must comply. So SB 134 is narrowly targeted at credit card networks and their ability to charge interchange fees on taxes collected. As such, the federal rule does not affect SB 134. Next, this bill would enforce customers to pay, this would force customers to pay sales tax in cash. SB 34, that is the misconception, I want to be clear. SB 34 provides multiple compliance options and networks already separate out of tax portions on current transactions. So it will not force customers to pay sales tax with cash. While systems are already capable of including taxes and percentage-based fees, that is only one method. So alternatively, networks could shift to a flat fee structure rather than a percentage-based fee, or merchants could require reimbursement for fees charged on taxes. So the claim is nothing more than a fear-based rhetoric aimed at cardholders. Another big and very unfortunate misconception is that this bill will harm community banks and reduce lending in local communities. As my co-prime said, 134 explicitly exempts credit unions and reduces lending to local communities. I'm sorry. It exempts credit unions and any financial institution with less than $60 billion in assets. So again, the exemption includes every Colorado chartered bank and credit union. So the language was added after 3 weeks of direct collaboration with community banks and credit unions and reflects these provisions as they specifically were requested. SB 34 is narrowly focused on the large credit card networks and applies only to card issued by the top 1% of banks globally, which account for more than 80% of all credit card transactions. Finally, I want to address the fear of fraud and losing of reward programs, which is a big deal, and it's a fair concern. Rewards are not tied to taxes in any meaningful way. Points are earned on the total spend, not on the tax portion. Reward programs are optional pricing tools, while fraud protection is a basic requirement, and the two should not be conflated. Banks already spread costs like risk and fraud across their entire portfolio, not transaction by transaction. This bill will remove these fees on tax portions, a small slice, while banks still collect interchange on the full pre-tax purchase and tips. If rewards change, that's a margin decision, not a structural necessity. Banks can easily adjust pricing across millions of transactions, as they already do. And in other markets with lower interchange, rewards and fraud protection still exists. So members, at its core, it's a fairness issue. Merchants and consumers are paying fees on money that never belonged to the business, which is hard to justify, and I kindly ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 29, Senator Lindstedt?
Amendment L29, amend
thank
printed
you,
bill,
ma'am.
page 9.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L29 is a pretty simple amendment. It extends the effective date to January 1, 2028. You know, we've heard a lot of concern from folks about the technical specifics of this bill and the capabilities of folks to follow this law. I think 1.5 years is a long time. And I think some of the largest technology companies in the world can make this work within 1.5 years. So it will give them 1.5 years to comply with this law so that they stop skimming profits off of sales tax dollars. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L29. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 31?
Amendment L31, amend printed bill, page 3, line 4, after penalties, insert
Senator
use of
Lindstedt.
savings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment L31.
To the amendments.
Thank you, Madam
Senator-
Chair. L31 is a pretty simple amendment that clarifies that revenue raised by large employers in the state and the savings they make on behalf of this change goes to reducing costs for consumers and paying employees. It makes it very clear that this bill will go to the benefit of Colorado's consumers and the employees who work at these businesses. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L30. Excuse me, Senator Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear on this amendment here, this was a major sticking point that I had, certainly with the wage theft that these large corporations take with their employees, and even with the small businesses, how how the small businesses also, steal wages. That this portion right here is going to make it so that this 3% that they are being saved, they're going to take that money and direct it back to employee benefits and wages. And I'm not sure, I appreciate that, but where are we going to make sure that they're still not stealing people's wages or making people come into work at 6 and then not allowing them to clock in until 8? Where's that going to work out in this?
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sponsors. Brand new to me, so amendment for the 26-27 state fiscal year and each state fiscal year thereafter. A retail business that has more than 500 employees statewide. I'm curious how that determination is made. Who or how do you figure out who this is applicable to? 500 employees statewide on the effective date of this section, so only when on that date, or is it subject to an annual review that has more than 500 employees statewide on the effective date of this section? Shall apply any savings resulting from this section, so the savings the savings they see are not paying the exchange, the swipe fee on the sales tax portion of their sales, to reducing prices for consumers or investing in employee wages or benefits. I'm not sure where's the verification process to figure out that these vendors are applying? So the question is, it's just those employees, those businesses with 500 employees on the effective date of this section only, and then how do we do verification? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the amendment is pretty clear. I do sincerely appreciate my colleagues for working with me on this language and on this amendment to protect Colorado's employees at these businesses and to lower the cost of goods for consumers. What the amendment does is clarifies that savings that larger employees receive from not paying money on sales taxes that were never theirs, that large financial institutions have been skimming off of them, go to consumers by reducing prices or by investing in our employees. And I'm not here to defend some of the claims we heard about earlier on large employers, but this is a way for money to go to employees to help make sure that they can afford to live in our state. So it's a pretty clear line in the sand that those savings have to go to employees and go to lower prices for consumers who I know are struggling in our current economy. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L31? Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L31, 500 employees. You know, I've been watching this bill carefully, and this particular amendment touches a space that I think a lot of Coloradoans are affected by. The price of childcare, the wages that childcare employees get. I don't have 500 employees, I have about 160. But I compete with other childcare companies that do have in excess of 500 employees. And so you're saying that with this amendment, if my company were to achieve savings on this, I wouldn't have to plow that into staff wages, but my competitor would have to? So I'm trying to decide, like, does this start to create a divide in competitiveness? I can tell you that my company pays over $10,000 a month. That's $120,000 a year in swipe fees. That all goes to or gets passed along to the customers. That's a cost of doing business. Those customers show up, they use a credit card to pay, they want to get the miles for their childcare. It's a significant expense. Earn a lot of miles on a childcare expense, obviously. If you're paying your mortgage with it, you'd probably do that too. Just wondering if this is going to start to create a disparity on employers and their ability to price their products and or pay their staff based on this. I saw within the Department of Early Childhood over the course of the last couple of years, they implemented a program where they artificially pumped in dollars to pay for childcare staff at 20 facilities in the state of Colorado. Out of 4,500 facilities, they pumped it into 20 and created a wage disparity with that company versus all the rest of them. So the employees of that particular location earned $2 an hour more, and yet all the other providers around town were held the same because it didn't have that artificial governmental input put into it. And so I'm just trying to decide, like, is this fair? Is this fair for everybody else? I understand we're making carve-outs. I understand that a lot of folks are exempted from this bill, and I'll be speaking more to that later, but I think what we're doing here is we're walking down a road of wage disparity within industries, and would love to hear more about a justification on that. Thank you.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, you know, specifically to my colleague from Platteville, I would say in his specific instance, I don't believe
the child care centers do pay sales tax, so they effectively would not be caught up in this. I did, however, want to address the concern about wage theft, which I think is very fair. If retailers are going to benefit, there's a clear expectation that workers and consumers benefit too. And so what we want to do here is make sure that, to my colleague's point, they are not having to work 12-hour days in these, larger employers or big box stores simply to make a wage and not have to deal with wage theft. So I want to thank my colleague from Centennial that, we share the same concern, but that was the whole point of the amendment, was to make sure that these savings are in fact passed along to the employee and to the prices. So I think it's a good amendment on that front.
Further discussion on L31, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, this amendment brings so many questions to my mind that, just trying to process. I think that it is admirable, say, if you are Walmart, for example, and you are saving a whole lot of money, if you're Walmart, or Home Depot, or any of these big box retailers, and you are achieving a good chunk of change in savings on your interchange fees, and you're required now, assuming this amendment passes, you're required by law to apply any savings resulting from this section to reducing prices for consumers or investing in employee wages or benefits. Okay, how do you know? How do you know that Walmart is using their savings for these particular items? Because, oh, by the way, it does say shall. You shall apply any savings. How are we tracking that? Who's tracking that? Are we just going on trust? To my good colleague from Platteville's point, say you're Walmart, and you apply all your savings towards investing in employee wages. Great. So say you are a Walmart employee and you're making now, I don't know, $2 more than some other retailer with fewer employees. That does create wage discrepancies. That does affect the wage market. So while true, in child care services, I'm guessing sales tax isn't paid, this is actually a real application of what my good colleague from Platteville was talking about. So my question to the bill sponsor is, who is paying attention to this? Who's tracking it? Who's making sure that those retailers, those businesses, big businesses, are actually applying the savings? That's my question.
Senator Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, not my bill, although I did decide to support it this year and put my name on the front. But just to the point we're talking about here, what is a small business? Why 500? The U.S. Small Business Administration defines as a small business companies with fewer than 500 employees. They go on to say that that is 99.9% of all businesses that exist at all in the country. We commonly, and I think appropriately, talk down here about the unique challenges facing small businesses. They can't necessarily get the same economies of scale. They may not have the same bargaining power. They can't necessarily develop the same bespoke algorithms, to try to gain market advantage over their customers that big businesses can and do. So here we have an amendment that proposes, frankly, some flexibility, some concession allowed to the 99.9% of businesses that are small businesses by not placing a requirement on them and instead having a requirement only on the biggest of the big, I guess, on the judgment that they can most bear it. So it is strange that we're now arguing against an amendment that tries to help small businesses when often we're doing the opposite of that down here. So for what it's worth and narrowly to that point, I do support the amendment. I think we all should.
Further discussion on L031? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L31. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, further discussion. See Senator Bright.
That's it? No more amendments? Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the bill's pretty close to perfect now. Just wanted to talk again for a minute about the government getting in the middle of creating disparities between businesses. Doesn't matter how many employees they have, they still sell the same widget. And now we have a disparity between this company and that company based on the number of employees they have. Obviously, I'm here to champion small business. I'm here to champion large business. I'm here to champion U.S. consumerism and all of the equality that goes into that with regard to market-driven pricing. I heard some points made that the credit card companies are definitely sophisticated enough to separate sales tax and not charge an interchange fee on it. And I know they are. I never argue with that point at all. I think they're incredibly sophisticated, likely even more sophisticated than the Colorado legislature. I don't know, just guessing. And if they can figure out how to separate sales tax for the purpose of charging a fee, then they can sure as heck figure out how to shift the costs of their programs to other people who pay credit card fees, like childcare. When you start exempting some things and credit card companies have to shift their policy, they're going to do it. They are sophisticated enough to do that, and they will shift it to other areas that aren't as, the people that just won't scream as much. You've got an amendment here because you've got big companies, small businesses, lobby efforts that are screaming, saying, hey, we don't want to be a part of this, we want to be carved out of this. Who does that leave? That leaves everybody else who can't afford to argue their point down here. And I guess I'm here for them. I would argue that the small businesses of restaurants that I heard from, that this would be a lifeline, this would be a lifesaver. It would save them $700 to $800 a year, et cetera. And as I look at the incredibly deeply regulated environment that we've created that we're continuing to run businesses out of the state for. I've got a long list of policies that have come from the Colorado legislature over the last 5 years that have done the same thing, and yet here we go putting on another layer. Another layer of disparity, another layer of compliance, another layer of what can we do to make it more difficult to do business here, whether you're a large employer or a small employer, whether you sell lots of widgets or whether you sell a few widgets. I can't agree with a policy that encourages disparity in the things and the products that we purchase and use on a daily basis. So I'm here standing up for the consumers of Colorado because I believe that there's a whole lot of them that are going to be left out of this conversation who will be paying more as a result of this because we're trying to outsmart credit card companies. Guarantee that's not going to happen. So I do not rise in support of this bill. Would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm assuming that we're done with the amendments on this. So we are speaking to the bill.
We are on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this has been an incredibly difficult conversation for me personally to have. I've been having this conversation with opponents and proponents since October of last year. And again, this is one of those pieces of legislation where you can agree with 93.4% of everything that's in there, but there's something in there that just doesn't work, and you're trying to figure that part out. Of course, it is outrageous, and then that you're able to take fees off of sales tax and other fees that are associated with it, and the company or the small business or something, they're not getting everything. They're only getting 97%. I mean, and again, I've talked to a couple of people, and I guess there are some old people here, but I recall living in a society in which we had to pay cash for everything. I recall a time when a checking account became a big deal, and we used to walk around with checkbooks. And then there was companies that, because of course the checks weren't good, and you had to call in and they had to pay a fee, and you had to work that stuff out. And then as you know, as a GI, and again, probably none of you have ever heard of this, and again, this was in a mall, and I've heard from most of you that you don't have any malls in your district, but there's a mall outside of every U.S. Air Force base in the country. And when I was in the service during Vietnam, there was a Montgomery Wards were in all of those. And as a GI, we would go there to get our first credit card to establish, that's what we were told. As 18, 19-year-olds, we were told you need to establish your credit. And so we would go there and get our Montgomery Ward's credit card and get a $200 limit, and then we could purchase a shirt or a pair of pants or something, and that's what we would do. And what really gets me on this, I mean, this is a monster that was created by these big companies. I mean, If we're going to talk about Walmart, I mean, if they're one of the largest retailers on the planet, and everybody is going there, they can set the rules for you to come in. If they want to tell you, you got to bring cash, you got to bring a check, or you need to have the Walmart credit card to make any purchases in here, they can do that. But what and when they did that, they found out, you know what? It's cheaper for me to have somebody else do this, because then I don't have to have an entire credit department. I don't have to have people going out and collecting from people that aren't paying their credit cards. It's cheaper for me to have somebody else do that, and then that caused Visa, MasterCard, Discover. Again, I recall Discover was, when they first came on board, they were the first one that gave you cash back. Now they're all doing that. They're giving you something for using it. So just an incredibly difficult thing. And you don't have to, take my word for it that there's wage theft going on. All you need to do is read the newspaper, watch a newscast. Walmart recently, and this was within a couple of days of one another, $110 million they were fined, had to pay back for wage theft they were stealing, and then another additional $10 million for them to accentuate that and to work that through. A small restaurant, sushi restaurant here in the metro area, where we're having underage workers working there and making that maneuver where, come in at 6, but you don't get to clock in until 8, or we close at 7, you need to stay till 9 to clean up, or you don't have a job, and that stuff happens. And you don't have to take my word for it. It's in the paper. That's what it is. And so that's part of what 31 was. That was the conversation that I had with them. So we need to make sure that, okay, if you're going to get that 3% back, what are you going to do with it? You're going to kick it back to the employees. You're going to make sure they get what they are doing and getting properly paid. Make them have safer work areas. I'm just getting notifications that that really isn't working out. That's not going to transpire with a couple of the large employers, like I was told. And when you're asking how are we going to make sure that this is happening, I was told I had to do it. They told me that I need to keep an eye on this. I don't have enough going on, but now I got to check to see if Walmart and Target or the local diner is ripping off their employees by not paying them enough. That's what I was told. Well, you need to do it. So, there's no enforcement in this. We're hopeful that they are. We'll be back here again if they continue to steal from their employees, if they continue to do what they have been doing in the past. And it's a part of, again, this is a part of their business plan. Their business plan, their way to be successful is to rip off my employees, to do this with less. That's what's happening. And we'll be on the lookout for them. Apparently, I have another job to do to follow up on this. But the difficulty of this, I've gotten reassurances. We'll hear if there's any more changes or moving forward on this. But again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Bright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, rising to just address this bill and talk a little bit about the disparities. A point that I didn't mention last time I was up was the banks and which of these banks will be treated differently. It was a question that I had as I was hearing the bill. Apparently, some banks it applies to, some banks it doesn't apply to. That's been a moving target throughout this whole conversation. And again, like if you're a Coloradoan and you bank at a bank and all of a sudden one bank has the exemption and the other one doesn't, then there's disparity. Did some quick research and found that, and maybe you bank here, maybe you know a friend that banks here, Navy Federal Credit Union, State Employees Credit Union, Goldman Sachs, Truist, BNY Mellon, State Street Bank and Trust, First Citizens Bank and Trust, M&T Bank, Ally Bank, Northern Trust Company, Regions Bank, USB Bank, UBS Bank, Western Alliance Bank, First Horizon Bank, Comerica, East West, Columbia, CIBC, and Synovus. If your bank was listed on there, you're treated differently than if your bank was not listed on there. We've just created a disparity between those banks and everybody else. This is what happens when the government gets in the middle of business. And it doesn't create the fairness that we're looking for. And we can create as many exemptions as we want to. I can come up here and argue for my company to be exempted, but what does that do for everybody else? I think we're being arbitrary with this policy. I understand the motivation behind it, but I think it's just too arbitrary, and it definitely picks winners and losers in the market, and all of a sudden, there will be disparity between outlets, banks, and product providers. So you know where I'm at on this bill. Hopefully, we'll get there.
Senadora Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill sponsors, now that amendment, was it 29? The enforcement, I'm sorry, the 31. Thank you. Now that Amendment 31 has been adopted, I am curious how that changes what the estimate around cost savings is likely to be, to then better understand how much money are we talking about to actually then go and, to the good senator from Centennial's point, ensure that workers who may be suffering from wage theft and other abuses are made whole. Help us understand what the scale of those cost savings are meant to be. Thank you.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address the question. You know, what Amendment 31 did is it puts the burden directly on retailers, and it makes it very clear in plain law that savings from this measure that the largest retailers in the state make have to use it to lower prices or to benefit employees. It makes it so these savings don't just end up on a balance sheet, don't just end up in some quarterly profit for the largest retailers in the state. It ensures that those savings go back to community and by lowering prices and benefiting workers. I also just want to hit on the fact that this bill applies to 80% of credit cards. Those 80% of credit cards are issued by banks with over $60 billion in assets. And the savings expected in the state of Colorado are $218 million that these largest financial institutions have skimmed off of our Tabor-approved taxpayer dollars. So it's not a small amount of money. It's a large amount of money that small businesses could use now to stay afloat, and that workers at large retailers can use now to be paid a higher salary or have better benefits packages. I think it's a straightforward compromise that will benefit Colorado instead of the largest financial institutions in the world.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to reiterate that our bill certainly does not try to rewrite labor laws, but it does something practical by creating clear policy that savings should in fact flow to workers. And so we wanted to make sure that, one, we're protecting the workers, and two, that they're not getting abused from the employer to the employee. I will also say that, when we are exempting small banks, again, with the threshold of $60 billion, there is only one credit union that meets that requirement, and that is Navy Federal Credit Union, I believe. One call that I got when we were talking about exempting credit unions was that we don't know if we do this, we won't be able to continue our community programs and continue to do these things. And I explained to them, you are exempt from the bill. You will continue to be able to support that local football team, to support those that local financial education program. You will continue to do this because we recognize the importance of what it is that these community banks and credit unions provide to our community. I will say that this amendment was not received well, but we still decided to put it in the bill because we wanted to make sure that we were protecting these community banks and credit unions.
Minority Leader.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5.
No.
We are back, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the heels of adopting Amendment 31, and I'm going to read Amendment 31 again for the Chamber's benefit, for the 26-27 state fiscal year and each state fiscal year thereafter, a retail business that has more than 500 employees statewide on the effective date of this section. So we've had conversations with the sponsors about this is just a measure at one time. We measure employees statewide on the effective date. Then those folks that have more than 500 shall apply any savings resulting from this section to reduce prices for consumers or invest in employee wages or benefits. So good conversation about, I'm not quite sure where enforceability and compliance comes into play into these calculations. Both that one-time measure, we're gonna measure this one time of the number of employees statewide. So I have some potential considerations
There is an amendment at the
for the
desk.
sponsors.
Will the clerk please read amendment number 35?
Amendment L 35, amend printed bill page 9 after line
Mr.
23.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L 35.
To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Pretty simple again. I'm trying to figure out who's going to make this, how do we make this determination of who has 500 employees statewide just on the effective date of this section? So the bill says, for the purposes of this subsection,
7 of this section, the Department of Revenue shall use state tax filings to identify each retail business in the state that's required to satisfy the requirement described in subsection 7 of this section. So there was a mechanism, it's an effort and a mechanism to identify which businesses the Amendment 31 was applicable to, and ask for an aye vote on Amendment 35.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I appreciate the intent of this amendment, I think some of these amendments that we're working through have some good ideas here. I'm going to have to ask for a no vote on Amendment 35. I believe the department hasn't asked for this, the Attorney General's office hasn't asked for this, and it would drive a large cost to the bill. So for those reasons, I'd have to ask for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of Amendment L33. I think that this is 35. It's one of those 30-somethings. But I have some concerns. I don't disagree with the spirit of Amendment 31, which has now been passed and as part of this policy. But as I said earlier, I have some real concerns because this is very nebulous. It's not, there's no mechanism to understand which businesses we're actually talking about. Which businesses have 500 employees statewide, and maybe you have businesses that are right around 500 and they fall below and then they pop above, and that's a problem. So it doesn't provide a real sound benchmark about when that 500 employee mark is measured. Is it January 1st? Is it July 1st? Is it April 15th? I mean, that's just not really provided as part of this policy. But similarly, this notion of applying any savings resulting from this section of the policy, who's measuring that? Again, who is keeping an eye on this? And I love that out of the goodness of our hearts, we're just going to be accepting and trusting and think that everybody's going to do the right thing. That may not happen. We're not really sure. So Amendment 35 just asks for the Department of Revenue to step into that role and make sure that we have somebody who knows when a business reaches 500 employees, even though it's not necessarily made certain when that occurs. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to highlight, we've put in this amendment that describes a singular point in time, again, Amendment 31, that a business that has more than 500 employees statewide on the effective date of this section. I'm not sure, I'm trying to just figure out a path to who gets to make that determination of this amendment is applicable to, or this section is applicable to, and which ones are not, because it's not clear who or how that determination is made, and I reaffirm my support for Amendment 35.
Further discussion on Amendment L35? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L35. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, continuing in that same vein, I'm still struggling with who and how makes this determination of what businesses this is applicable to. So I'll offer up another alternative.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 34?
Amendment L34.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L34.
To the amendment, sir.
So this amendment, again, is really trying to get at the crux of where this change in the bill is, where it's applicable to, who has to apply the savings from this policy towards reducing prices for consumers or investing in employee wages or benefits. So the amendment's pretty short. Again, for the purposes of subsection 7 of this section, the Department of Labor and Employment shall conduct an audit of each major retail employer in the state, determine which retail businesses satisfy the description in subsection 7 of this section. Again, just an effort to figure out and know who is this applicable to, and ask for your support for Amendment L34.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L34 to Senate Bill 134. To me, the question of, it's a simple question. If you've got companies that are required to take their savings and apply them to wages, staff wages, how are you going to follow up with that? Like, what's the mechanism? Walk me through the logistics of what that looks like. How do you apply, how do you enforce as a state of Colorado, without being a nanny state, how do you enforce that the savings are applied to wages? What does that look like? And this amendment, L34, helps answer that question, because, man, if we're going to pass a law and we're going to require the savings be passed on in the form of wages, then we better follow up with it. Otherwise, our companies that are subject to this policy probably will abuse it, and we'll be back here at the well sometime down the road creating a new law to address the disparity that we've just created. So I rise in support of L34 to Senate Bill 134.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate that the Department of Revenue, the Attorney General, no one is asking for this amendment. The plain language in L31 makes sense. I think there are some amendments we can take to clarify some of the business descriptors, but no one is asking for an audit of every large retail business in the state. So I think that goes too far and is unnecessary for the enforcement of this measure. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L34? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L34. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And have shared this amendment with the sponsors, and we'll get their perspective in a minute, but oops, maybe I should do this first.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 33?
Amendment L33, amend printed
Mr.
bill page
Minority
9.
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L33.
Thank you. To the amendment, sir.
So, trying to think about, again, this all ties in back to Amendment L31, where businesses with more than 500 employees, only on the effective date when this section then applies, then savings from this effort have to go to reducing prices for consumers or investing in employee wages or benefits. So this then says, for the purposes of subsection 7 of this section, the 500 employee threshold described in subsection 7 of this section is based on a retail business's parent company and not on a single location of the parent company. So it then pushes those savings for reducing prices for consumers and investing in employee wages or benefits more broadly, covers more businesses. If that's the direction we're going to go, let's make it impactful to saving people money in the state of Colorado and improving wages and benefits, and ask for support of L33.
Further discussion? Senator Jota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we appreciate the amendment, and we happily accept this amendment. We ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L33? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L33. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What a great discussion. I love well-debated policy because it just ensures that we're all governed by the best of laws when we can debate in this way. There was mention about Navy Federal Credit Union and how this bill applies to them. And I just wanted to bring up that I believe, if my research is correct, that there are 218,000 Navy Federal Credit Union members in Colorado. And again, this bill, Senate Bill 134, treats them differently than everybody else. So, again, we're creating a disparity in the way that we treat Coloradoans in the name of I don't know what. And so I still have serious questions about Senate Bill 134, its applicability, and its net positive impact on Coloradoans when we're squaring off 218,000 people in Colorado and treating them differently than everybody else. So again, I would encourage a no vote on 134.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to question just the general premise of the bill, and I might ask for a response by the sponsors in consideration of costs, because there seems to be a presumption that when there is mandated collection of taxes for the sake of the state, that there is no burden towards that. In fact, we did have compensation to the retailers themselves for quite some time. The retail vendor fee that they could collect a percentage of the withheld sales tax on transactions, and that amount of money kept getting diminished until last year when it was taken out altogether by a bill from last year that actually went into effect January 1 of this year, where retail vendors no longer are able to collect any or keep any of that sales tax revenue for themselves to cover their costs. But if the swipe fees, if it were only something for collecting sales tax alone and not the product or service fee in the first place, there would still be a burden. There's a couple of burdens. One is just maintaining and operating the service of the collection in the first place, just the rails as it's called, the Visa or MasterCard, Discovery, whatever, rails, maintaining all of that, just the whole infrastructure of database, data centers and internet connectivity and so on, all the personnel behind all of that, that is a burden, that is a big cost in the first place. But also there's a guarantee. When there is a swipe that takes place between a purchaser and the provider, there is a guarantee by the credit card company, excuse me, by the transaction company, guarantee of those funds, and that guarantee gets floated by somebody. There is a cash flow that takes place provided by the Visa or the MasterCard and so on. They are funding that transaction through their cash flow. That's part of their role, as guaranteeing that transaction is good and that they will back it. And so it's not as if there is no cost. But so my question to the sponsors of this, does it make sense that we deny a company that's providing the rails, providing the infrastructure, providing the cash flow guarantee? Does it not make sense that they are allowed to cover their costs, even though those costs are mandated by the state? I'm wondering, where is the thinking in that? Do they believe that there is no cost? So that's my question to the sponsors.
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the question. I will say this isn't a traditional business. Merchants who accept credit cards have no negotiating power. And I think in any kind of market-based system, you would expect negotiating power on behalf of merchants to help figure out what fees should be on their behalf. Not even the largest retailers in the country can negotiate with these networks for what a proper fee should be. In other parts of the world, you're seeing fees capped at very low numbers, and they're not facing these same problems. The situation we have here is that essentially a duopoly has price set, in my view, these fees on behalf of business to make money on the entire sales price, including the tax. I think that's immoral. I think we should regulate it on behalf of our small businesses for a service that is now a requirement to participate in the economy here. So that's the impetus for the bill, and I appreciate the question.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that being the case, I appreciate the response, but that being the case, rather than say there shall not be any fee charged, would it not make more sense to say that the fee charged shall be negotiable?
Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the premise of this bill is pretty straightforward, that people should not be skimming money off of the state's sales taxes, that these merchants have the liability and requirement to collect and remit to the state. That's the premise of the bill. I'd be happy to consider other legislation in the future about anti-competitive practices. I think those are fair questions, especially in this arena. But right now, this bill before us is about people skimming profits off of regressive sales tax dollars. So that's the bill before you today.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get up one last time to talk about this bill. We did, of course, see similar legislation last year that included interchange fees on tips. So this bill is a bit scaled back compared to that. Also, just looking at the difference in the banks, the types of banks that the legislation, the policy applies to, that's quite different. We've heard that this type of effort has been going on in several states throughout our country, one of which most predominantly was Illinois. And that is still tied up in court and will be for some time. Regardless, policy like this is best made at the federal level. We're talking about banks of different sizes, state chartered banks versus federally chartered banks. This is complicated, and for states to individually create policy around interchange fees that affects some banks, not all, has impacts on businesses, some businesses, not all. That's just incredibly problematic. And I appreciate the bill sponsor's intention, I really do. This idea of having to pay fees on top of sales taxes collected is very challenging, and I get it. But I don't think that this is a state-by-state type of policy. This is something that really needs to be considered at a federal level. And as I understand it, is being considered at a federal level. I don't know how many of you go to businesses where, and anymore, you can pay a different rate for gas depending on whether you're buying with a credit card or not. I go into businesses where they're like, please, can I just have cash or check? Those are truly small businesses because they don't like having to pay interchange fees. There are other businesses who pass those fees along to the customer. You have a certain rate if you pay with your credit card and a certain rate if you pay cash. That ability for businesses to recoup fees, interchange fees, already exists. It already exists. And many, many businesses are availing themselves of that ability. But I I object to this bill because I really feel like it creates state policy that treats citizens differently. It treats businesses differently. It treats banks differently. And I don't think that that's right. This is very complicated. Not that we're afraid of complicated. We do complicated in this building just fine. But this is really important. When we're talking about banking policy, it is complex, and we need to be very, very thoughtful about how we proceed. I think that everybody's fully aware. If enacted, there will be lawsuits. Just, that's the way it is. I urge a no vote.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the sponsors for the engaged conversation and policy considerations today. I was going to really speak about what the good senator from Castle Rock was highlighting, and I find great value in going into my restaurants, into my retail stores, and being able to make a choice. They tell me up front, it says, hey, if you're going to use your credit card, I've got to pay additional fees for that service, and are you willing as the consumer to foot some percentage of that, usually 3%? And I just appreciate, it's the cost of business for them. Do they want to pass that on? If it's not embedded in the cost of either the food you're being served or what you're purchasing at a retail outlet, I think it already is, but they can highlight that for me, and I can then make a choice. Do I want to pay cash for this opportunity, or do I want to use my credit card? I find this policy pretty challenging in this space, and would hope you would join me in opposition to this bill. We'll see how the rest of the day goes, and probably third reading tomorrow or the next, or at least one day this week. The bill's been around again for quite a long time, so happy we're ready to have the final, or have debate on this and see where we go from here. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 134. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Senatorial 5. We are back, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Tuesday, April the 28th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 28th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
What do we have next? Special orders. You get to? Plan what you
too, I got them. You can JPC member, if you want to do this, we'll have to rise from UK senatorial. You can do this and then we'll senatorial.
We still need to, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good?
Yep, go.
There we go.
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Rich to the roll, and please excuse Senator Liston from the roll. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 27, 2026. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report. It has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 131 as amended, Senate Bill 166 as amended, Senate Bill 142 as amended, Senate Bill 134 as amended, passed on second reading in order to engross and place in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 70, House Bill 1210, Senate Bill 162 laid over until April 28, 2026 and retaining their place in the calendar. Senate Bill 68 laid over until May 1st, 2026 and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 131 is amended, 166 is amended, 142 is amended, and 134 is amended, passed second reading, order grows, place counter for third reading, and the final passage. Senate Bill 70, House Bill 1210, Senate Bill 162. Laid over until 4/28/2026, retaining the place on the calendar. Senate Bill 68 laid over until 5/1/2026 and retaining its place on the calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been granted as requested. And we're back in the game. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which is 1019 at the hour of 12:39.
The motion is to take up House Bill 1019 on special orders at the hour of 12:39. Requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up House Bill 1019 on special orders at the hour of 12:39. Special orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Wallace, take the chair.
The Senate will come to order, and the court rule is once again relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1019?
House Bill 1019 by Representatives Leader and Bacon and Senators Roberts and Rich concerning mandatory health care coverage for preventative kidney function screening services.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1019.
To the bills, Senator Rich. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment number L4?
Amendment L4, amending gross bill, page 5.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L4.
To the amendment,
Thank you. This is just a technical amendment. We received a request from DPA to modify the language in their section of the bill slightly, and that's what this amendment is. I ask for an aye vote.
further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L4. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're pleased to bring you House Bill 1019 today. Kidney disease is one of those conditions that can quietly change someone's life. A person can feel perfectly healthy, continue working, caring for their family, and then suddenly receive a diagnosis that means dialysis several days a week, or having to put their name on a transplant list and hope for the best. For many families, that diagnosis doesn't just affect health, it affects their ability to work, their finances, their day-to-day life. It can mean time away from jobs, their family, and significant emotional strain. I know what this is like. I lost a kidney to cancer, and so, excuse me, this early screening is really important. And I ask, can I vote?
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1019. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 27, 2026, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1019, as amended, passed on second reading, or revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1019 is amended, passed second reading, or revised, placed counter for third reading and final passage. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the titles of all the bill on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 169 by Senators Roberts and Carson and Representatives Luck and Camacho concerning the non-substantive revision of the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
That's how it's done. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of the bill on third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 169.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of the bill on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused. Is it Senate Bill 169? There we go. Senate Bill 169 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh, man. Come on, Roberts. Carson. Nobody wants any of this? Wow. Well, please add the president. Oh, and Senator Bridges. There we go. Yeah, Senator Bright. See? The dominoes start to fall. No? Senator Kirkmeyer. Frizzell. Catlin. All right. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 116.
Senate Bill 116 by Senators Weissman and Representative Zakai concerning the taxation of property and in connection therewith modifying the qualified senior primary residence benefit and modifying the taxation of business personal property.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of SB 116 on third reading and final passage and encourage an aye vote.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 116. Are there any aye vote, no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Catlin, Pelton R., Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 116 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Judah. And please add the president. And please add Senator Gonzalez as a co-sponsor on 116. And add Senator Cutter as a co-sponsor on 116. Any other co-sponsors on 116? Senator Exon.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1008.
House Bill 1008 by Representatives Lukens and Taggart and Senators Marchman and Rich concerning measures to enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in the state and in connection therewith expanding the Division of Parks and Wildlife's capacity for outdoor recreation coordination, planning, and management and making an appropriation.
Janice and Janice for the win. Senator Marchman. Oh, Senator Rich.
The other Janice.
The other one.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 26-1008 and ask for a third amendment.
All right. Please, Senator Marchman, please tell us why you need a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This just corrects a math error from an amendment that we added the other day. So we had a total appropriation, we subtracted some stuff, but we forgot to change that total appropriation, so this fixes it.
Understood. The motion is Senator Marchman's request to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There's a member of the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L12 to 1008.
Amendment L12, amend revised bill page 18, strike lines 3 through 9 and
Senator
substitute.
Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L12.
To the amendment.
Great, so all this does is it removes the vehicle lease payments of $7,990 from the total appropriation, bringing it to a total of $436,025, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L12 to 1008. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, L12 to 1008 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion for the adoption of House Bill 1008 as amended on third reading and final passage, and ask for an aye vote.
That is a proper motion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1008 as amended. Are there any no votes? After all that, Senator Zamora Wilson.
That goes back.
That goes
Kirkmeyer.
here to her.
Bright. Pelton B.
Thank you.
Carson. Baisley. Frizzell. With a vote of 27 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1008 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Roberts, enthusiastically. Please add the president. Oh, and Senator Wallace. Any other co-sponsors on 1008? Judah. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1009.
House Bill 1009 by Representatives Duran and Gonzalez and Senators Wallace and Pelton B. concerning using a mandatory lethality assessment when responding to a domestic violence incident.
Senator, that's right, Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 10009 on third reading and final passage.
I've never seen one prime sponsor slap down the hand of another prime sponsor. There is further discussion. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, of course, support this, but failing to recognize and acknowledge the tragedies from domestic violence, I think we're short-sighting what the real problem is. I will read off the 8 children who were murdered by their father in Louisiana just last week. Jayla Elkins, age 3. Shayla Elkins, age 5. Braylon Snow, age 5. Kayla Pugh, age 6. Keandra Snow, age 6. Layla Pugh, age 7. Marcaden Pugh, age 10. And Sierra Snow, age 11. Those were the 8 children that were murdered in a domestic violence complaint in Louisiana. According to the Violence Policy Center's analysis on 2022 homicide data, more than 3 women were killed by current or former husbands or boyfriends on average every single day. The data here from the state of Colorado includes the fact that every year, on average, 21 women are fatally shot by an intimate partner in Colorado. 71% of female intimate partner homicide victims are killed with a gun. That is above the national average. In the majority of these cases, the perpetrator wasn't a stranger, it was a parent. The data underscores the strong connection between mass shootings and domestic violence. 2/3 of all mass shootings start with domestic violence. And that is, as we have defined here in the state of Colorado, the death of 4 or more, including the perpetrator. That defines a mass shooting, not just coming into schools, movie theaters, and that. Domestic violence doesn't make the headlines because it happens more frequently, as we've seen. This happens every single day in America. The breakdown of the shooters, how it's more family related, is 40.9% of victims are killed by a parent. 40.9% of victims are killed by their parent. 6.8% of them are killed by a classmate. We spend $4.8 billion every year in the United States fortifying our schools because of this perceived perception that this shooter is coming in and is going to kill our children. The reality is that individual is the one who tucks them in at night. That individual is the one that is sleeping right next to them. It's not some school classmate. It's not some stranger that you don't know. You know exactly who these people are. And we have become as a society to believe that it's somebody else. And we're putting all of that money right there where it is. Can you imagine for just a moment where $4.9 billion a year would go to stopping domestic violence, to addressing what's happening in our own homes? But we're not going to do that. We're going to have a school finance bill coming forward here. We're going to dump another $1 million into fortifying our schools. And we're not going to do anything to address where our kids are actually being killed. They're being killed in their own homes, in their bedrooms, in their beds. That's where this is happening. To failure to acknowledge that by legislation like this is doing a disservice to our kids, to our families, to Coloradans. We need to do more. We can do more, but it can't just be done on one side of the aisle. I see that there's somebody up here right now. I challenge them to stay with us and work on these types of problems so that we can save some lives. And one of the biggest problems we have in this state is domestic violence. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Members, I know that this is a tough subject, but what I would do is encourage us to not necessarily say one side of the aisle is maybe doing more than another, but I would also encourage us to say what was said in part, we need to figure out a way to do more in addition to what this bill does. And I want to thank you, Senator Sullivan, for acknowledging the families who lost their lives and also making sure that we're focused on the broader issue. Thank you. Further discussion on House Bill 1009. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1009. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Baisley. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1009 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Judah, Kipp, Cutter, Gonzalez, Amabile, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Mr. Majority Leader, Doherty, Sullivan, Benavidez, Snyder, Weissman, Ball, Lindstedt, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Bridges, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Pelton R., Rich, Henriksen. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1053. Are y'all still here? Oh, okay, cool. Next bill.
House Bill 1053 by Representatives Morrow and Senators Pelton B. and Wallace concerning the administration of duties related to the ownership of a vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Wallace, I'm just joking. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move H.R. 261053 for third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1053. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1053 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman. Don't see anybody else standing up with their hand up high. Bright. Kipp. Please, Senator Carson. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1088.
House Bill 1088 by Representatives Clifford and Taggart and Senators Cutter and Colker concerning entity filings made with the Secretary of State and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1088 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1088. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1088 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Weissman, Marchman, Judah. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Roberts and Representative Smith concerning the regulation of gambling activities in the state and in connection therewith expanding the membership of the Colorado Limited Gaming Control Commission, expanding the scope of the licensing duties that the Colorado Limited Gaming Control Commission may delegate to the Division of Gaming, allowing individuals to voluntarily exclude themselves from sports betting in the state, and allowing the Director of the Division of Gaming to approve optional wagers and minor modifications for certain table games.
Well done, Mr. Schaffler. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 163 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 163. Are there any no votes? Senators Sullivan, Bridges, Zamora Wilson, Carson. Further no votes on 163. Seeing no further no votes, with a vote of 30 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 163 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Snyder.
That's right.
Senator Marchman. Thought I was going to be alone on this one. Senator Kipp. And please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1288.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives Joseph and Carter and Senators Roberts and Wallace concerning measures related to jury selection.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1288 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1288. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Baisley, Rich, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Bright, Pelton B, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, with a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1288 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Weissman, Gonzalez, Judah, Cutter, Mr. Majority Leader, please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Nguyen and Garcia and Senator Benavidez concerning statutory requirements for ballot title language and in connection therewith requiring the use of accessible language and allowing for the modification of statutorily required ballot title language.
Senator Benavidez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1320 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1320. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Rich, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Kirkmeyer, Baisley, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B, with a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1320 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Marchman, Sullivan, Cutter, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Mr. Majority Leader, Judah, Snyder, Colker, Exum, Kipp. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 160. From consent calendar. We moved it.
Senate Bill 160 by Senator Rodriguez and Gonzalez and Representatives Duran and Martinez concerning employee protections in the workplace.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 160 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 160. Are there any aye votes? Are there any no votes? Oh, very good. How dare I judge you? Senators Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, God bless you, Zamora Wilson, Baisley, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, with a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 160 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Marchman, Judah, Amabile, Cutter, Kip, Sullivan, Roberts, Exum, Lindstedt, Bridges, Weissman, Ball, Henriksen, Benavidez. Co-sponsors on 160. Any further co-sponsors? Coker. Any further co-sponsors? Mullica. Any further co-sponsors? I thought the hand from Fountain was raised. No? 160 co-sponsor, no? 160. 160. Nope. All right. Please add the president. God bless you. And lastly, Mr. Schaaf, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 135?
Senate Bill 135 by Senators Bridges and Kip and Representatives Bacon and Lukens concerning state public education K through 12 funding and in connection therewith increasing appropriations for state public education K through 12 by up to 2% for 10 years, allowing the state to retain an amount of state revenue in excess of the limitation on state fiscal year spending equal to state public K through 12 education funding and submitting a ballot question to the registered electors of the state.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 135 on third reading.
Further discussion? Is there? There is. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members, I'm sure it's no surprise, but I rise in opposition and ask for no vote on Senate Bill 135. Colorado families are being asked to believe the only way to fund education is to let politicians keep more of their money, their hard-earned money, forever. Senate Bill 135, in my opinion, is not a serious way to increase teacher pay. In fact, as I stated the other day, that's not me, that's the microphone. It's not what I stated. There we go.
Members.
Senate Bill 135, in my opinion, is not a serious way to increase teacher pay, and there is no guarantee, as I stated the other day. There's nothing in the bill that requires, and there will be nothing on the ballot that requires that the additional funding that's coming in, which is a lot, will go towards teacher pay. It can go to teacher pay, it can go to teacher retention, it can go to lowering class sizes, which pretty much be anything. It can go to a categorical, increasing access to career and technical colleges and classes. It's not just about teacher pay. In fact, it's hardly about teacher pay. It is a backdoor approach or attack on Tabor dressed up in the language of helping kids or stabilizing our budget and increasing teacher pay. Without raising taxes over the course of the last few years, we have been able to increase education funding by more than $1.3 billion annually without raising taxes. By governing the right way, setting priorities, making hard choices, and funding schools without breaking faith with the taxpayers. This is a bill that when you look at it and we figure out the numbers, it will increase the Tabor limit in the first year. So the cap, and remember, I'm using my left arm again, remember the original Tabor cap back in 1993, in 2005, and then it'll be 2026, and it'll go like this. It can increase the cap in the first year by $4.6 billion. Those are tax dollars people are out working for. Those are sales tax dollars. By 36-37, it will be $7.6 billion. Has the potential to increase taxes on people, on our constituents who we've been arguing about affordability and discussing how unaffordable our state is. Could increase taxes over the course of the next 7 years by up to $37.5 billion. And not just taxes. By raising the cap, it allows us to increase fees. In fact, we could more than double fees, and they'd still be under the cap. The positive factor, well, it is positive $9 billion over 10 years that would go to education. I stated the other day the dollar amounts. In the first year, it's $71 million that are going to 178 school districts. In the second or third year, this could be maybe $500 million going to 178 school districts. But you saw the low dollar amounts that some of our school districts are receiving. The Democrats still, I'm sorry. I apologize. I caught myself.
Thank you.
The deal on the table with Senate Bill 135 is to give government a blank check without taxpayer refunds, and in return, get an amount for education that really doesn't exceed what we've already secured through discipline and priorities. It's a terrible trade, in my opinion, for Colorado families. When Tabor refunds hit that $750 mark and the $800 mark, people felt it. And I just want to say once again, thank you to the governor for sending out that check. Even though you took credit for something that was because of Tabor, thank you for sending out the check. For all those people who weren't here in 1992 when Tabor passed, 3 decades ago, they were here now, and they thought, yeah, we want to keep government in check, and we want our money back. In fact, we don't want to even give it to you in the first place. For many households, they got as much as $1,600 into their family budget. That is not just extra money laying around. That is a grocery bill for a month. Well, that's if you're my daughter and she has 3 boys that eat a lot and drink a lot of milk. But it could be the grocery bill for a month, it's new tires, a couple of car payments approximately, back to school clothes, help with the property tax bill, or just enough breathing room to catch up when everything else keeps getting more expensive and more unaffordable. Tabor exists for a reason. It protects taxpayers from a government that will always find a new excuse to take more. It forces the legislature to live within its means, just like every family in the state has to do. This Senate bill blows a hole through that protection. Once the state is allowed to keep and spend the revenue from the Tabor refund, taxpayers do not get that money back. It's gone. Comes into our coffers. And history tells us that when politicians get a new stream of money, they never give it up. To me, saying that this is for the kids when the record says otherwise is just not right. If the legislature truly wanted to prioritize school, it could, and we have. The money is there, the money has been there. The problem is not Tabor. You know, I've heard several times over the course of the last few years, Tabor is why the government can't have nice things. And I've responded accordingly. Tabor is why the people get to have nice things. The consequences go far beyond the refund. Once Tabor is gutted, every other promise, I believe, could be put into uncertainty. Again, this bill to me, while it is being portrayed as being about the children, we even changed the name of the fund from the State Excess Revenue Fund to the Children's Fund. And we did that here in this bill. This bill is about control. It's about whether hardworking Coloradoans keep more of what they earned or whether politicians here at the Capitol get a permanent blank check. We should reject Senate Bill 135, keep fighting for schools without selling out our taxpayers. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 135 and the accompanying referendum will be the largest tax increase in Colorado history. It could increase taxes on individuals over the next decade by $7,400. It's an inaccurate measure. It claims to allocate all of the funds to public education, when in fact could result in only a small portion of the funds going to that, the rest of it going to unknown expenditures by the General Assembly. And finally, a measure of this nature is going to further damage the Colorado economy and its ability to create jobs. This bill says we in government need more of your money because we cannot live within our means. We didn't like having to balance the budget. We don't like having to make difficult choices. And we don't like it that we could only grow spending by a couple $2 billion this year. The great British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher said that the problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money to give away. Well, I suppose those of us who oppose socialism should be heartened that this bill is built on the notion that we have not yet run out of other people's money to give away. In fact, we know exactly where to find it, with a massive tax increase. We have a spending problem, not a revenue problem. In 2006, the state budget was $16.8 billion. By 2016, it was $26 billion. By 2026, it was $46.8 billion. This could result, for a family of four, up to $30,000 tax increase over the next decade. So much for the affordability for Colorado families. This on top of the cost of health care, on top of the cost of housing, on top of the cost of gasoline, on top of the cost of all of the federal taxes, the income taxes, the excise taxes, the Social Security taxes, on top of our property taxes, on top of the cost of auto insurance and homeowners insurance, the cost of college and the cost of groceries. More taxes on top of all of that. And one of the great ironies of this measure, and I said it was, in my opinion, inaccurate, because by the calculations we've been given, this could result in about $9 billion going to education out of the more than $37 billion potentially raised by it. So you're looking at a maximum of about 24% actually going to education. And the teachers' salaries, how much is actually going to go down to the teachers' salaries? You look at the growth of administrative costs in public education. So much increase in that area. How much are the teachers actually going to get, even in the best case scenarios, with all of the money flowing down that would be allocated to the districts? How much of that's really going to go to teachers? How much has gone to it in the past? I ran some quick numbers, even in my school district in Douglas County. It's quite possible that the raise that teachers would receive, the 3,600 teachers in the school district would receive from this, may be largely eliminated by the increased taxes on that family of four individuals. Because these taxes are calculated to increase not just on taxpayers, but per capita in this state, $7,400. So you may well see the benefit even in the teachers' salaries, if it all flows to them, wiped out by the increased taxes. And finally, what's the impact going to be on our Colorado economy? In the last year, we've lost over 20,000 jobs in this state. We were ranked number 3 for the best states for business a few years ago. We dropped to number 11. We're the 6th most regulated state in the country now. We're now ranked 47th cost of living. That means we're the 4th most expensive state to live in this country by the CNBC calculations. And our housing affordability is near the bottom. Cost of living is ranked number 39. Cost of doing business ranked number 39 across the country. 98 companies have left our state in recent years, a loss of 13,600 jobs. This is the first time this year that more people have moved out of Colorado than have moved into Colorado. We've got 200,000 individual regulations, according to the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. We're clearly becoming an overtaxed and overregulated state and becoming less able to create jobs and create opportunities for our citizens. Just a couple of quotes here. I want to read from businesses that have left. One saying the business climate in the state of Colorado is not as conducive to growth as in the state of Wyoming. That by the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, which has left. Texas has been an important part of TTEC's operations for decades. It offers a business-friendly environment, strong economy, skilled talent pool, and dynamic tech and innovation ecosystems. That's a company that's moving to Texas. And finally, as we navigate the current economic landscape, we must make strategic decisions to ensure the long-term sustainability and success of the United Wheels companies and our brands. This is a bicycle manufacturing company that has left Colorado. So this is clearly going to have an impact on our overall economy, our ability to create jobs, and to have a prosperous economy. So again, the three reasons, in my view, to oppose this legislation. It's a massive tax increase, up to $37 billion, $7,400 per person. It's misleading, in my opinion, as to where the money will go, only a portion of it potentially going to education. And third, the negative impact on our Colorado economy outweighs the benefits of this type of a tax increase. So I would urge a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise today in opposition of Senate Bill 135. If this bill passes this chamber, it will go to the November ballot. The voters of Colorado deserve to hear in plain language what we're actually asking them to approve. Every member of this body wants Colorado kids to learn in strong schools with well-paid teachers. Those goals are not in dispute here. My question is how we get here. I feel like we have earned, or we have put together such an appetite to spend, and we feel so constrained by our current budget and our current trying to live within our means as the Taxpayer Bill of Rights asks us to do. The only way to really create some room to satisfy that appetite to spend is to just take a big chunk out of Tabor. Obviously, this is subject to the voters. And so we need to be fair with them what we're asking them to do. We're really asking them to spend more, to charge more fees as a state. We could have asked for any portion of what exists under Tabor to be removed. We could have asked for low-income health care to be removed. We could have asked for anything else that exists, but yet we chose education. Why did we choose education? Well, because it tugs at the heartstrings. Everybody wants to see what's best for kids, right? We need to be honest about what we're really doing here. Coloradoans passed the Taxpayer Bill of Rights in 1992 because they wanted three things: a vote on tax increases, a limit on how fast government grows, and a refund when the state collects and wants to spend more than it needs. 3 decades of polling has been remarkably consistent on that point. Coloradoans like the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They like a limited government. Senate Bill 135 asked those voters to give up that refund, likely permanently, at least for the next 10 years, likely far into the future beyond that, in an amount that's tied to state K-12 funding, currently north of $5+ billion a year. It's not a one-time waiver, it's a structural change in how the Taxpayer Bill of Rights works for the rest of their lives. And here's the part that the ballot title does not say. When the state retains a surplus equal to what it already spends on schools, does not have to add a single new dollar to a classroom to claim the credit. It frees up general fund dollars that used to compete for K-12 to be spent on other priorities this body picks later to fill that large gap that we've blown with no vote from the people who chose to fund it. This bill does nothing to close the broader pattern Coloradoans have watched over the years where the legislature has steadily moved more state government outside of Tabor cap through fees, enterprises, and revenue retention measures like this one. Each one was sold as modest. Each one was sold as necessary. Together, they've eroded the voter approval our taxpayer Bill of Rights was designed to require. If we want to invest more in our schools, we can do that right now within Tabor and within the general funds. And we can do it honestly. We can prioritize within the budget the people already gave us. We can put dollars directly into classrooms with accountability that does not depend on this body auditing itself. But asking Coloradans to trade away their taxpayer Bill of Rights refund in exchange for a promise that this time the dollars will reach the classroom, it's not a trade that I can ask the folks in my district for. And as such, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 135.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong opposition of Senate Bill 135. You know, I think a lot of people don't understand how Tabor works, what's it for. It was passed, 1992. That was a really long time ago. It was a really long time ago. But it's important, and it's important to the people in the state of Colorado because in its most basic form, government has to ask to keep your money. Government has to ask if they can spend a lot more money. It puts citizens in the driver's seat. It also, in those years where the state overcollects on sales or income tax, it results in the state government having to return the money it overcollected. They can't just spend it. Typically and historically, that's been done through a tax credit when you're filing your income taxes. But we've gotten really good, we not being me, at getting around Tabor. Enterprises, cash funds, tax credits. Just a couple of years ago, we passed the Family Affordability Tax Credit, which, depending on the year, it's a refundable tax credit. So even if you don't pay taxes, even if you don't pay income taxes, you get money from the state of Colorado, just because you live here. To the tune of, I think, somewhere between $600 and $800 million. It's a get around. Because by golly, we don't want to give that money back to the people who actually overpaid. Why would we do that? Let's shift who should get it to somebody else. We have an affordability issue in this state. We talk about it all the time. We hear about it all the time. We hear about it constantly from our citizens. I know I do. Why is it so expensive to live in Colorado? Why is our real estate so expensive? Why are our taxes so expensive? Why are my groceries costing so much? Why is my homeowner's insurance doubling in 3 years? Why is my car insurance so expensive? And yet this policy seeks to reach into the pockets of our citizens and say, nope, we want to keep this forever. This is about trust. Fundamentally, this is about trust. Because I need, at the end of the day, for my constituents to know that I come down here and I work on policy that is going to benefit them. They have to trust that I'm telling them the truth. And you know what? So if any of my constituents are listening today, this is the truth. This bill, this policy, uses increased spending for education as a front to keep your Tabor refunds forever. That's what it is. That's what it does. And we can quibble, we can split hairs about what is a tax increase and what is not. But if you overpay taxes, and the state is holding on to that overpayment, and the state keeps your overpayment of taxes, that's a tax increase, because you're not getting that money back when, according to our state constitution, you should. Words matter, and Colorado citizens deserve honesty. We have continually asked voters this question, saying the state needs your money more than you do, at least 5 times. The good senator from Highlands Ranch talked about this last week when we were having this conversation, and he listed them. But since we're all here together today, I think I'm going to go over that list one more time because I think it's important. This isn't the first time. This isn't suddenly, oh my goodness, state policymakers saying, you know what, we really need to run another ballot initiative, a referendum. In 1998, there was Referendum B. In 2001, there was Prop 103. 2013, just 2 years later, Amendment 66. In 2019, Prop CC. And in 2023, Prop HH, which went down by a really large margin. Almost 60% of Colorado citizens said, no, we see through you, and we are going to keep our money, thank you. That was 3 years ago, and here we are again. And in 2023, the ballot language was all around, hey, we're going to help you with your property taxes. We know your property tax bill has just gone up unbelievably, and it did. And there were a lot of reasons for that. And this time, we're saying it's for the kids. It's for teacher pay. It's for class sizes. The proposed ballot language talks about, and I'll just read this quickly, because it's important. Shall state investment in K-12 public education increase 2% each year for the next 10 years, with investments used to increase teacher pay, improve teacher retention, lower class sizes, and increase access to career and technical courses. And this is the part where honesty is the best policy, folks, without raising taxes, but instead funded by raising the annual limit on state fiscal year spending only by the amount spent on public K-12 education. That is challenging to understand, and I like to think I'm a relatively intelligent person. But this is the thing. This is the statement that really I object to. Well, I object to a lot of it. increase investment in K through 12 public education, increase 2% each year for the next 10 years with investments used. So it's basically saying, we want to keep your money because we are investing it. Well, maybe our citizens would like to invest that money themselves. Maybe they want to invest in their children's education, their higher education. Maybe they want to invest in their retirement. Maybe they want to, I don't know, harden their roofs from hail. There's lots of ways Coloradans can use that money to invest. And it is not our money. It's not our money. It's their money. We need to respect that. Honesty matters and respect matters.
Senator Brazil, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Please.
The good senator from Highlands Ranch also talked about business. Business retention, business attraction in the state of Colorado. He spoke about how businesses have been leaving. I hear from OEDIT that they need to keep funds so that they can continue to attract businesses to the state of Colorado because of our business environment. I hear from the chambers. How challenging an environment we have created in the state of Colorado. If we want to raise revenue, how about we work on attracting businesses? Let's change some of the regulations that we have placed on the business community so that they want to be here. Members, I know the fix is in on this particular policy. I get it. But all I'm asking for is for us to be honest with the people we serve. Let's respect them enough to tell them the truth about what we want this tax increase for. It is their money. It's not our money. I urge a no vote.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I oppose Senate Bill 135. This bill mandates that retained excess revenue first cover reimbursements to local governments. And it requires the state to increase K through 12 education funding by up to 2% annually for 10 years through a new positive factor in the school finance formula. And this would be restricted to specific use, increasing teacher pay, improving teacher retention, subjective class sizes, and expanding access to career and technical education courses. And any remaining retained revenue beyond these requirements could be used for the General Assembly for any other state purposes. This includes general funding on programs. And there's a lot of programs that we have. And after the 10-year period, the legislature would have a broad discretion over the use of any ongoing retained revenues. This is a mechanism to bypass Tabor refund requirement for excess collections, effectively allowing permanent retention of surplus revenue without refunds to taxpayers. It's framed as a stable funding for education without raising taxes. And we heard that yesterday. But we know this is going to raise taxes. So it's quite disingenuous. It undermines the voter-approved taxpayer protections. SB 135 lets the state keep excess revenue above Tabor limits, revenue that would otherwise come back as refunds. Retained money, potentially over $1 billion in the first year, and then mandates up to 2% annual K through 12 increases for 10 years on specific items like teacher pay and smaller classes. But the bulk of it can go anywhere that the legislature wants. After 10 years, even more discretion. And it's sold as a stable education funding without new taxes? No. It's really a permanent raise in the government spending, the spending ceiling, using money already collected from us. Over 10 years, this could compound into billions of additional state spending capacity as a 2% annual education increase builds on a large base, and the retained revenue cap effectively raises the overall Tabor limit. Taxpayers, you're going to lose your Tabor refunds, potentially hundreds of dollars per family annually. And this creates an ongoing fiscal burden as the state budget grows without corresponding spending restraint. And future legislatures could lock in higher baseline spending that pressures future budgets, even in the lean years. Overall, it functions as a de facto tax hike by retention, undermining the fiscal discipline of Tabor, which was designed to enforce and potentially leading to higher long-term debt or pressure for actual rate increases if the revenue dips. So Coloradans, imagine your Tabor refund vanishing while the state balloons by hundreds of millions yearly. Over a decade. That's billions shifted from your pocket to the state. This isn't free money, it's your taxes. The fiscal notes showed the education slice is small compared to the total retained, meaning that most goes towards plugging the holes of these other programs that are lacking, and it grows programs too. Taxpayers lose directly, and future budgets get locked into higher spending, pressuring services when revenues inevitably fluctuate. Beyond dollars, this bill carries significant non-monetary costs by eroding core principles of limited government, individual rights, and accountability. It weakens Tabor, a voter-approved constitutional safeguard that requires refunds of excess revenue and voter approval for tax or spending increases, effectively centralizing more power in the state and reducing direct taxpayer control over your money. This shifts the balance away from personal responsibility, where individuals decide how to spend their money or save their earnings, toward greater government dependency and intervention in education and other sectors. Property rights are indirectly diminished, without proportional benefits guaranteed to those payers. And the free market suffers as government expands. As my colleague mentioned, I mean, just in 2024 to 2025, government jobs grew by 3.15%. That's the second highest rate in the United States. And the private sector, guess what? It fell. Government jobs here in Colorado have outpaced private jobs. In 2024, we lost over 14,700 jobs in the private sector, while government grew 15,200. The following year, in 2025, the private sector lost 10,000 jobs, while the government grew 2,400. And just in this year, we're not even through half this year, the private sector has lost 7,200 jobs. It's been stated over and over again, and it bears repeating, we are the 6th most regulated state. With regulations, the government grows. There's inefficiencies inserted in the market, and it becomes more expensive to the taxpayer. Over and over again, constituents are telling me, I can't afford it. I can't afford living here. And I mentioned it yesterday. I had another friend tell me they're leaving. Our population growth is declining. All this is tying into revenue, a decrease in revenue. I don't know how this is going to sustain. I would say this is infeasible. The free markets will suffer. Coloradans will suffer. The government will grow, and it'll crowd out the private sector. It'll crowd out innovation, particularly if it funds and supports inefficient public systems without reform.
Senator Zamora Wilson, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would.
Please. Yep.
Encouraging Colorado to grow its own government rather than focusing on efficient local control of schools is not the answer. Equal protection under the rule of law is compromised because this bill creates a special mechanism favoring education spending and whatever else the legislature decides over uniform treatment of all taxpayers, potentially privileging government unions or specific programs over broad citizen interests. And in the long run, this normalizes higher government growth, reduces incentives for fiscal responsibility in budgeting, and fosters a culture where surpluses are seen as government's right to keep the people's money. We lose accountability because surpluses no longer force restraint. Individual choice over our earnings diminish. Property rights erode as the state claims more of what we produce. This is our money. Free markets and personal responsibility take a hit when government grows bigger, fostering dependency instead of innovation in education or elsewhere. This centralizes power away from local districts and voters. The rule of law's equal treatment. There's unintended consequences that also negatively impact the taxpayers. We have the, as I stated, erosion of Tabor, which protects us from growing government and future overrides. We have the misallocation of funds away from actual classroom needs. I mean, the sales pitch for this bill is for the kids, but it's only a fraction. And the public schools are continuing to face structural issues. We have poor academic outcomes, with data showing over half of third graders below grade level in reading and math. And we're going to hear about a bill coming up that's going to take standardized testing, and that will take away our ability for transparency in what's going on in the classroom. Stand by on that one. We have increased dependency and reduced incentives for efficiency. We need to do better. We need to make cuts. Where's the incentive of cutting when we're just going to get more money? We have the crowding out of the private sector and broader economic impacts. I mentioned that. We have long-term fiscal instability and budget pressures. Colorado has seen funding rise before without proportional gains and outcomes. More money without reforms just entrenches problems. And overall, this bill is a major expansion of government power through substantial new spending authority, restrictions on taxpayer refunds, which is property rights, and a shift towards greater government control. It does not advance liberty, but erodes the limited government framework that Tabor does. This bill undermines Tabor, that Coloradans had fought so hard to keep. And over again, it's been attacked. And the voters, over and over, have made it clear they want to keep Tabor. This bill promises education gain, but delivers a bigger state with less accountability at the direct expense of your refunds and your economic freedom. We can support schools through targeted reforms, efficiency, choice, and accountability, but not by gutting taxpayer protections and writing a blank check. The government needs to live within its own means. It's expected in each of our families. We need to do better. The problem is not to throw more money and increase taxes. And with that, I urge a very strong no vote to Senate Bill 26-135. Thank you.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when the folks of within my district honor me with the responsibility of representing them in the legislature almost 8 years ago, I will never forget learning what the budget was. $33 billion. I remember being impressed with that large number. That's a lot of money, $33 billion. And since then, in the 8 years that I've been in the state legislature, it has increased on average of $1.5 billion more. We've never brought in more than we bring in today. And yet, with the expansion of all those dollars, we have managed to overspend by over $1 billion, and we've struggled over the past couple of fiscal years to balance the budget with the deficit. So here is another attempt at trying to bring more money in for more spending. Now, ostensibly, this bill is to aim at K-12, at our public schools, by asking the people in a ballot measure, will you please fund us, or will you allow the dollars that you're already paying to be used in this way and to receive back less in Tabor refunds towards that? Well, how well have we done in the past with such matters? Because I recall, this just reminds me so much of Proposition EE that was just a year after I began, when I began in 2019. And in 2020, Proposition EE was presented to the people, put on the ballot, asking them for permission to tax tobacco products, and I've got the language in front of me here, using the tax revenue primarily for public school funding to help offset revenue that has been lost as a result of the economic impacts related to COVID-19. Now, if you recall, we had quite a years-long budget shortfall for K-12. So here was opportunity to catch up to that quite a bit. Now, the budget of the money coming in from that tobacco products taxation was $294 million, which would have gotten us quite a long ways into catching up with the K-12 funding. Proposition EE begins with that. It says primarily for the public school funding, and it says in the languages, and then for programs that reduce the use of tobacco and nicotine products. Now, one would think that with $294 million, bigger than any political campaign that has ever been run in Colorado, we would have heard all day long about reduction in the use of tobacco and nicotine products. Or we would have heard about schools, public schools, being funded appropriately. But the third use allowed by Proposition EE was to enhance the voluntary Colorado preschool program and make it widely available for free. That's where the money went. Skipped over 1, skipped over 2, right to number 3. Using the tax revenue for public school funding, reduce the use of tobacco and nicotine products, or preschool funding. Well, my point is, this bill, Senate Bill 135, will create a question to be placed on the ballot this November, 2026, asking you to fund something ostensibly for K-12, but we don't have a good track record of spending it where we told you it was going to be spent. So I'd urge my fellow members to vote against Senate Bill 135, and I'll warn the voters to be very skeptical about what will be placed on the language when you see it, if you do, in November. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 135 on third reading. Colorado already collects this revenue. We already have it. The only question before us today is whether we send it back out the door or whether we ask the voters to invest it in their kids' classrooms. Now, I've heard colleagues say that this bill raises taxes, and I want to address that directly because it's not correct. A Tabor refund is not a guaranteed paycheck. It's a surplus. It's variable, it's unpredictable, and sometimes it's zero. So conflating the loss of a surplus refund with a tax increase misreads what Tabor actually says. And the proof is that Tabor requires voter approval for any revenue changes. And that's what this bill does. We're not circumventing the Constitution, we're following it to the letter of the law. Colorados have done this in 2005 with Referendum C, and courts upheld it. This is the way it's supposed to go. So let me tell you why this matters. Colorado underfunds every student by roughly $4,000 per year. That is a $3.5 to $4 billion annual shortfall. So it's not a rounding error, and it's certainly not a talking point, but it is a structural failure, 30 years in the making. Since 1992, our population has grown, our economy has grown, our students' needs have grown, and yet the spending cap has stayed frozen in a formula that never kept pace. So the result has been predictable. Teachers are leaving by the droves, not because they don't love their students, because they can't afford to stay. Overcrowded classrooms, fewer mental health counselors, fewer special ed supports, rural communities and working class families are hit the hardest of all. And I want to say something about the argument that because our schools are struggling, we should not invest more. That's the argument, and I've heard it. And that logic is so incredibly broken. It says that broken systems don't actually deserve repair, that kids who are failing don't deserve rescue. And I reject that entirely. When a bridge is crumbling, we don't defund the Department of Transportation, we fix the bridge. So I read the bill, I read the amendment, and here's what I know. This bill does not raise taxes. It does not create new debt, and it protects the credits and housing finance fund in statute. The positive factor is restricted by law to the 4 uses. It could be teacher pay, teacher retention, smaller class sizes, or career and technical education. And there's a public audit required for transparency for the voters. So we do know how the districts chose to spend the positive factor, giving them 4 good options for where their dollars can go. When we invest in smaller class sizes and keep qualified, licensed teachers in our schools, we're investing in the next generation, the children who will form Colorado's future workforce, economy, and communities. That's just a return on investment argument. It's not liberal, it's not progressive, it's just an ROI. And research shows it is among the highest return any state can make. So I have teachers in my district who are leaving, and it's not because of values, it's because of funding. And this bill begins to address it. So we are not closing the gap today. I'm not going to stand here and tell you we are, but this could stop the bleeding, and we get to let the voters of Colorado decide, do we keep the money that you've given us and we can invest it in schools, or does it go back? That's it. That's the right call. So I urge an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in strong support of Senate Bill 135. I was involved deeply with my kids' education and throughout, for many years after, with the education system and working with teachers in Jeffco to advocate for them. And as long as I've been here, the 8 years, CEA and the teachers, not just CEA, but the teachers, people that work in schools, people that take care of our children and nurture and teach them every single day, have come to the Capitol begging us for additional help, begging us for the resources that they need to adequately educate our children. And every year, I tell them, we are doing all that we can. You've all heard the hard choices that JBC has to make all the time. We all know and understand this. And I said, your time is not well spent advocating to people who, not that advocating is ever not important, but to continue to ask for the same thing from people who 100% support what you're here to do. And every year I suggested, please go outside of the building and use the tools allowed by Tabor to try to change this equation. And so that's what they did. They have worked incredibly hard to put something together to put on the ballot in complete compliance with Tabor, with what Tabor will allow them to do. We are in a long-term budget crisis. We have to take steps to fix it. For more than 30 years, we've operated under these fiscal constraints supported by corporate interests and anti-public education politicians that prevent the state from using the revenue it already collects. Our population, economy, and student needs have continued to grow, and the spending cap has remained frozen since in 1992. This is compounded into a structural budget squeeze that's left critical programs and services underfunded for decades, and education is chiefly among them. So again, this is in complete compliance with Tabor. We want to take this to the voters so that they can weigh in, and I think we all hear a lot about how important that is. So I'm honestly a little bit confused by some of the arguments to the contrary. So I hope you'll join us in supporting this.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I urge an aye vote on this measure. Our schools across the state are chronically underfunded. We have to invest in smaller class sizes. We have to invest in retaining high-quality educators. We have to invest in the schools in our neighborhoods. Our schools are the hub of our neighborhoods and our communities. The educators within them are tasked with the well-being of our youngsters, with the education of our scholars, and they are doing it with so little. They are stretched very thin and thinner each year. I am in awe of what the educators can do for our young people and for our community as a whole. And we have an opportunity with this measure to improve that situation, even if it's not the end-all be-all answer to the problems facing public education in Colorado. It's something that we as senators can take hold of and do the right thing and move forward today. I just wanted to tell a quick story. I'm a parent of a school-age child and will be a school-age child in a couple of years because I have a 4-year-old who's going to go to the preschool at our local neighborhood school next year. I know a lot of you kids are grown, but for me, it's not just a theory anymore of what we task these teachers with and the other educators that surround them from the time they get on the bus until the time they go home from after-school care. Now I know from the inside of what we ask of the school district as a whole, every educator as an individual, and the school as a community member. Just last week, they had a celebration of learning event for my daughter's 8, she's in 3rd grade. And so the school, after the day is over, all of the educators, the coaches, the paras, everybody stays. They provide a dinner for the kids and their families. They invite next year's kinders to attend, to learn about the school, and they hold up the educational achievements that the young scholars have made during this year. It just goes to show, and there were, I believe the principal told me, 500 people that came to our little school. 500 people to attend an extracurricular event to acknowledge the achievements of these young people and to welcome the families in, provide a meal, and frame them in that frame of the school is the center of a very important community that's going to surround this young person until they're a little older. I only tell the story because they're doing all that on a shoestring budget, and those individual educators are stretched incredibly thin. This measure is about the kids. It's about the kids, not just in Wheat Ridge where we live, but in every single corner of the state. Rural, suburban, urban, it's important. And if we have the opportunity to make one advance, one advancement for these kids so that they have that kind of community and the quality education that Colorado should be proud of, we should take that step today and vote yes. Thank you, folks.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard a lot about Tabor today, and Tabor has been mentioned a lot. Just want to reiterate what Tabor stands for. Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Taxpayers Bill of Rights. When we say that you raise the Tabor cap, you are raising taxes because that is your money that is supposed to be sent back to you when we collect too much of it. So my next thing is when I look at the language, shall the state invest in K-12 public education increase 2% each year for the next 10 years, with investments used to increase teacher pay, improve teacher retention, lower class sizes, and increase access to career and technical courses without raising taxes, but instead funded by raising the annual limit on the state fiscal year spending only by the amount spent on public K through 12 education as a voter-approved revenue change and requiring an annual publicly released independent audit to show how the new investments are spent. Again, we're raising the Tabor cap. We don't know where the excess money is going to go to. We know where $400 million of it's going to. It's going to go through K through 12, but the excess we don't. That's why we tried to run an amendment to put it in the Kids Matter Fund so we knew exactly where it was going to go. Again, we have to be honest with the voters. And I feel like we're not being honest with the voters with this language. Again, I've heard this called a big money grab by the legislature. I've heard this called on an actual CBS reporting. So I think the frustration with everybody in this is just a continued money grab by the legislature if the voters approve this. I like when it says plain language. I'm not necessarily thinking that this is plain language. It needs to say at the bottom here about, and the excess revenue can be chosen to be spent by the legislature any way possible. That should be on the bottom here, but it's not. So I stand in vehemently opposition of Senate Bill 26-135, and I ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I wanted to highlight the debate on Friday. Appreciate the sponsors. It was engaged and thoughtful and actually a little humor embedded into it at times, which I'm proud to be part of this chamber where we can do that. I continue to be opposed to the policy to 135 and wanted to highlight a couple things. I don't want to belabor the points brought forward and look forward to hearing the sponsors' responses. Part of the bill, lots of conversations about is it an increase in taxes or not, and I get it. It's not an increase in the tax rate. Without a doubt, it is not that. But it is an increase in what people's taxes the state of Colorado is going to hold versus what would go back to them. In my mind, that's an increase in taxes. But again, it's not an increase of the tax rate. I was going to point out in the bill, and I got to talk to the sponsors a little bit last week about this, there's, again, we're creating a school finance positive factor, but there's language in here when there's not sufficient revenue in the excess revenue account to pay for this positive factor, we create something now called the deferred positive factor. So to me, it's like we're back to the negative factor for the positive factor, which we spent the better part of the last decade or more, whittling away the negative factor, the budget stabilization factor. When I got to the chamber in 2021, that negative factor where the legislature had failed to meet its Amendment 23 requirements was $1 billion. Was $1 billion. I don't think history, and there's a great track record that says if we do this, we're going to live up to those expectations. I highlight thinking about this conversation about funding K through 12 education and our commitment. In that period where we built this budget stabilization or negative factor over the course of from 2009 to 2023, when we were $1 billion short of what our commitment was, the legislature had created 168 new state government programs and offices. Like we didn't seem to be able to prioritize that K through 12 funding. And I asked for this to be updated by Ledge Council staff. So since 2023 till now, there's been 108 new offices, programs, commissions, task force, and other initiatives created by the General Assembly. Again, we don't have a great track record in history of living up to this obligation. If we're gonna affirm and hold at least 2% of this excess revenue going to K through 12 education and the positive factor, I think we should be more aggressive in this space. We offered an amendment that I'm sure was way over the top. We were going to say all of it went to the positive factor, but I couldn't help but thinking about why wouldn't we put even more? Why isn't it a minimum of 10%? And I recognize it's a minimum. The legislature could choose to put more in there than what is outlined in the policy statement. But again, I just look back and say I don't have great confidence that we will live up to this expectation and do stuff to truly impact teacher salaries, class sizes, outcomes in K through 12 education. And I do think you're asking this effort on the backs of tax-paying citizens to basically eliminate any Tabor refunds over the next decade. That this is going to be in the tunes of tens of billions of dollars over the next 10 years. Glad it's going to the voters. They get to have the final say in this conversation. But I don't have great confidence that we can deliver what the expectations might be. I think in my tenure here, I think there's general agreement that we all want to see the K through 12 education system. I would like to see it thrive, at the very least be resilient and stabilized and not declining. And always interested in the conversations of how we close this gap and make our systems more productive and better outcomes. Much like the senator from Loveland, immediate family of mine are teachers and live this, have these conversations on a daily basis. I'm just not convinced 100% that this approach will garner the outcomes and the expectations that we are hoping for. I think it sets us up potentially to carry on what we've demonstrated in the past, where we're not truly committed to prioritizing and shifting funding away from creating new programs and offices in the state and fully funding and taking care of the K through 12 obligation that we are required to do. And with that, I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 135.
Senate 205. back in the game. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, everybody, for engaging in this debate today. I think we all have to be very careful about choosing our words when we have these conversations, because different words can be inflammatory to some of us, and other words might be inflammatory to others of us. Let's go back and talk about some of the language that was used in opposition today, such as tax increase and tax overpayment. I invite you to go look these terms up. A tax increase is like when your tax rate goes up, and therefore you have to pay more taxes. A tax overpayment is when you pay more than you owe, and you might get a refund. None of that changes under this bill. This bill is not a tax increase. This bill does not mean, Tabor does not mean that you've made tax overpayments, right? That is all after the fact. It's like, oh, there's this arbitrary cap that we somehow have in the state budget, and anything over that gets returned to the voters. And what this bill does is this bill does exactly what Tabor says. This bill says, hey, instead of getting the money back, and I've gone and knocked on doors as much as all of you have, and in my district, people say, you know what, instead of getting that tax refund back, I would like it to go to my public schools. I would like my teachers to make more money. I would like kids to be able to have smaller class sizes. That is what I've been hearing at the doors. And that is what this bill is endeavoring to do. So people can have different opinions on what Tabor is. And yeah, the things that Tabor stand for, those words, sound great, right? Everybody wants the Bill of Rights. But those words might mean something different to those of us who may have voted against Tabor back in 1992. I was one of those people, and I'm still not a fan, and I do believe that there is a reason that no other state has followed in the footsteps of Colorado since 1992 to hamstring its legislature in this way. We cannot save our way, reduce spending out of this crisis that we are in, and it is a budgetary crisis. How many of you in here have seen the JBC stress test, right? How many people in here have seen what is going to happen when we get down to like nothing and we are not able to even meet our commitments? It is in our state constitution that Colorado shall provide a free and uniform education to every public school student in the state. That is a constitutional requirement. We have put tax policy as a constitutional requirement, and what this bill does is it says, hey, voters, following what you said we should do in 1992 by a small margin, we're going to ask you for permission to increase that so that we can spend money on things that we value. We heard what you all were saying, and I'm going to say that phrasing in the original bill, calling it excess revenue, that was another poor choice of wording. Let's just go back there, and we heard you, and we said, you are right. That is a terrible phrase. So we said, let us go and make sure that as we have money that is, you know, in those numbers, we're all going to draw lines with our hands here. Let us make sure that that money is going to benefit children. That money is going to benefit things that benefit kids in our state. That's an investment in our future. Because if we do not at least have some flexibility, and that's why it's the children's account and not some other account, If we have absolutely no flexibility, we are still going to meet what that JBC stress test says. And we are going to end up with no money, with no way to do anything. And let me remind you that if we continue down the path that we are currently on, we could end up, even if this passes, if we just put everything into one pot, have both a negative factor and a positive factor at the same time. Because frankly, where we have ended up since 1992 in many years of trying to hold our budget together with bread ties and duct tape and everything else, we are at a point where we cannot do the basic thing that we have said that we want to do and fund our public schools. Because I think every person in here, and what I have heard from every single person in this chamber, is that we all want to fund our kids and we all want to fund public education. But let me tell you about these things called adequacy studies that the state commissioned and got done, and I think they were completed about 2 years ago now. Maybe it's been only a year. This time in this chamber goes in very weird ways. But basically, we did 2 studies. They were supposed to be done in different ways so that we could make sure that we were getting fair, balanced information. And depending on which study you pay attention to, Colorado is underfunding our public schools by $3.5 to $4 billion every single year. That is in order to, as the adequacy study title says, adequately fund public education. So yes, we are making our pitch here to say we want to adequately fund education. We want to do better for our children. And this is what this bill will do. It will go to the voters and say, do you think we should do this? And I take a little bit of umbrage when people, call out well, you're not being honest. No, this bill says exactly what it's going to do. This bill is going to refer something to the voters. It is going to put more money into our public education system, money that is over that 2% a year, if we can get to that 2% a year, right, is going to go into a children's fund. It will be spent for the benefit of things that benefit our kids. We promised you, and I have applied for a bill title, Mr. Majority Leader, to make sure that we properly define what is in that children's account. I am hopeful that we will get that bill approved so that we can get that moved through in the next 17 days, and you will hopefully all have more certainty about what we're going to do. But we cannot continue on this path. We were fortunate not to bring back the negative factor or budget stabilization factor this year. I don't want to be in the same place next year, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
I don't like these.
Without raising taxes and in order to pay for public education. Let me say it again. Without raising taxes and in order to pay for public education. Those words came from Republican Governor Bill Owens, Ref C. It's how the whole thing starts. Without raising taxes and in order to pay for public education. Without raising taxes. The bill before us today, Senate Bill 135, does something very similar to what Ref C did. It raises the cap. That's all it does. It says that rationing limit in Tabor shall be raised by what it is that we spend on K-12 public education. Without raising taxes, according to Republican Governor Bill Owens and his Referendum C. I heard honesty thrown around a lot during this conversation. And so I just want to make sure that we're sticking to the facts of what it means to say in a measure without raising taxes and in order to fund education. In 2005, the last time we had the cap raised, that's what the voters had on their ballot. And about 2 decades later, we've hit that cap again. We are at that Tabor rationing limit. And so, while over the last 10 years we were able to increase funding for K-12 public education, to say that the next 10 years is the same, the next 10 years, well, we did it before for the last 10 years, we'll just do it again for the next 10 years. How? How are we going to do that? We weren't up against that Tabor rationing limit for the last 10 years. We are up against that Tabor rationing limit now. So how? How will we continue to increase funding for K-12 public education without raising taxes and in order to pay for education? What does that look like over the next 10 years? Here's what it looks like. The costs to educate kids rise faster than inflation. Wage growth goes up faster than inflation. The cost to build schools goes up faster than inflation. The cost of textbooks, materials, all of that goes up faster than inflation, but that rationing limit says that our budget can only grow at inflation plus population. Now let's think about the other pressures on the budget. Medicaid's a huge one, and Medicaid goes up way faster than just about anything else in our budget. So the future, if we don't pass this, looks a lot more like a negative factor, because what else are we going to cut? Now I hear every time we talk about this, I hear from folks saying, oh, you just have to have priorities. We'll cut all these things, you just have to have priorities. Show me the cuts. To paraphrase Tom Cruise, show me the cuts. Because every year, the budget comes through this chamber right here. And the biggest cut this year was offered to eliminate CDPHE, and it would have gotten us about $132 million, which is not $1 billion more every year for K-12 public education, which is what 135 this bill gets us. $132 million a year if we eliminate the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. But the reason that couldn't have been really truly an option is that then our agricultural economy would grind to a standstill. There's work that CDPHE does that is required in order to sell food. So, show me the cuts. Show me where we get $1 billion more every year for public K-12 education in the budget we have right now. Because all I see is that last year we had to cut $1 billion. Over the summer, we had to cut $1 billion more because of Trump's H.R. 1, and now again this year we're cutting another $1 billion. Show me the cuts. I believe in public K-12 education. My aunt, my grandma, my mother-in-law, my mom, my wife, all educators of one kind or another. Public education is the most important thing we do as a state. I heard someone ask, why K-12? Is it just because it's charismatic? No, it's because it's the most important thing we do as a state, and we are underfunding it by billions of dollars right now. This measure simply asks the voters, may we keep the money we already have in order to adequately fund our schools. And it says it pretty clearly, in the same way that Ref C did, without raising taxes to pay for education. I ask for an aye vote, and I withdraw my motion.
The motion for passage of Senate Bill 135 has been withdrawn. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Liston to the roll. Now, may I please have another motion for the passage of Senate Bill 135, Senator Bridges?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 135 on third reading, final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 135. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 135 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Judah, Gonzalez, Amabile, Lindstadt, Mr. Majority Leader, Cutter, Danielson. Co-sponsors on 135, Snyder. Is there anyone else that wants to be a co-sponsor? Benavidez. Anyone else? With no other bills on third reading, consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 95.
Senate Bill 95 by Senator Weissman, Representative Froelich, and Wilford, concerning measures to support victim survivors of certain crimes that do not include changes to substantive criminal offenses.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 95.
Further discussion? Seeing none, a motion that the Senate concur with House Amendment Senate Bill 95. Oh yeah, Senate Bill 95. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Weissman.
Thank you. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 95 as amended.
Any discussion? Seeing none, a motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 95. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 95 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of governance appointments. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointments list on the consent calendar.
Member of the Board of Governors of the Colorado State University System for a term expiring December 31st, 2028, Kayla Rael Garcia of Lakewood, Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Andy Worth of Manhattan, Montana, appointed. Member of the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education for a term expiring December 31st, 2027, Jennifer Allison of Franktown, Colorado, to serve as a representative of the 4th Congressional District, occasioned by the resignation of Catherine Shull of Fort Morgan, Colorado, appointed. Member of the Board of Trustees for Western Colorado University for a term expiring December 31st, 2029, Scott Ehrlich of Greeley, Colorado, appointed. Member of the Coal Mine Board of Examiners for a term expiring July 2nd, 2025, expiring July 1st, 2029, Eric Popham of Rangeley, Colorado, to serve as a coal mine owner, operator, or manager engaged in underground mining or an engineering experience in coal mining, appointed. For a term expiring July 1st, 2027, Mike Zimmerman of Fruita, Colorado, to serve as a coal mine owner, operator, manager, or other mine official actively engaged in underground mining, occasioned by the resignation of Lucas Cerna of Farmington, New Mexico, appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for all the consideration of all the, I move for the passage of all the appointments on consideration of governor's appointment consent calendar, which include Carla Rael Garcia of Lakewood for the Board of Governors for the Colorado State University System, Jennifer Allison of Franktown for the State Board of Community Colleges and Occupational Education, Scott Ehrlich of Greeley for the Board of Trustees for Western Colorado University, Eric Popham of Rangeley, and Mike Zimmerman of Fruita for the Coal Mine Board of Examiners.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1357.
House Bill 1357 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart and Senators Amabile and Bridges concerning phasing out the teacher recruitment, education, and preparation program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1357.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion. The motion for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1357. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1357 is adopted. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1357.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of House Bill 1357. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, 1357 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Signing of bills. Conference committee reports.
First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1411. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1411 concerning changes to health insurance benefits for certain low-income individuals who are not eligible for medical assistance due to their immigration status and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation as met and reports that it is agreed upon the following. One, that the House accedes to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee, Emily Sirota, Representative Emily Sirota, Chair, Kyle Brown, Rick Taggart, Senate Committee, Senator Judy Amabile, Chair, Senator Jeff Bridges, Senator Barbara Kirkmeyer.
And now signing the bills.
The President has signed Senate Bill 19, 40, 59, 60, 83, 85, 109, 121, and 122.
Announcements. It's a lot of bills. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is to announce the work of the Judiciary Committee this afternoon. Slight change in order of bills given our timing here. We'll start with SB 174. We'll then otherwise go in order in the calendar. So it'll be SB 174, HB 1283, HB 1290, HB 1052, HB 1312, HB 1322. We will start at 2:50 p.m. in Old Supreme Court.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unlike my colleague from Aurora, I do not have that kind of memory, so I need to have my notes in front of me. Education will be heard 15 minutes upon adjournment. We will be changing the order. I only have 3 bills and I couldn't remember them. So the first one is House Bill 261193. Then we will be hearing House Bill 1006. And then we'll hear Senate Bill 173. Thank you.
Very good. Senator Weissman will be fined $1 for memorizing the calendar, then I'm happy to pay for that. Very good. I'm just looking to give some money. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Transportation and Energy Committee will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment in Senate Committee Room 352. And we are switching the order. We'll be hearing Senate Bill 171 first and then Senate Bill 172 first. And yes, I also have my notes.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Appropriations will be meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We will be hearing all of the bills on your calendar and other bills as assigned.
Very good. And Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's that time again. We only got 3 more Bible studies before we're done. So 7:15 tomorrow morning down in the basement. Come feed your soul and we'll feed your belly too.
Very good. Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been made aware that Senate Bill 173 wasn't on our printed calendar, but it is online. So again, 173 will be heard today. It's a game-changing bill about Pilates and Bar A or something like that. So, thank you.
Very good. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, colleagues. We will be recessing to read bills across the desk later. No need to return on that, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 3 p.m. today.
Recess. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess until 3 p.m. today.